Hello, everyone. Just like the keynote, it could have been shorter. Nice. How's it going? Yeah, I didn't actually watch the keynote. I accidentally slipped through the keynote. No, I'm bad. I'm a bad Apple fan. In my defense, I very much am like not wanting to buy a new iPhone this year. Is this stream shipping later in the year? Yes. Tomorrow. Shipping tomorrow. I can't see the thing. You had to see the event to get the joke. Okay. This stream is like last year's pro stream. Okay. I don't know what we're saying. Yeah, no, I'm trying to avoid buying a new phone this year, so definitely just not watching the keynote helps in that regard, I guess. I've been like relying on hand-me-downs from other members of my family for test devices for so long because I just was on the upgrade plan and got the new phone every year. But if you do that, then you have to give them back the old phone every year. And so it's like, I don't have any old phones. We can't wait to see what you do with everything we ship later in the year because you get nothing now. But half of what they shipped is stuff that's already shipping, right? They're like, we've got new additions to the AirPods Pro 2, which we already ship. Also, we have a new color of the Apple Watch Ultra 2, which we already ship. So half of it's coming later and half of it's coming a year ago. They had since June and still didn't ship. I don't know. I mean, it definitely seems like they had some stuff. I don't know. The camera button. That's about it. AirPods Max have USB-C now and nothing else new. That's a bummer. They seem to make a deal of saying shipping not by air. I mean, that makes sense. That falls in line with their environmental goals. Historically, they've had to ship the earliest devices by air. Ultra Launch, Ultra 2.5. Yeah, I said that earlier. Like, all they did was add a new color, right? There's no boat from California to DFW. No, but there's rail and cars. But I think the biggest one is shipping from shipping by air from China to the US. And if they're able to book that out earlier, do it over the ocean instead, that is significantly better for the environment. But yeah, no, I'm expecting that, yeah, everything else travels by rail inside the US. Being new with the same name. But it's just a new color, right? There's not really anything new with the Ultra 2, right? It's just a new color. They're not trying to say that there's anything new. They're just like, it's got a new color. Maybe that's why everything comes later in the year and shipped today. But most of the stuff is coming on the days that I think you and I said on the stream, right? 9/13. Didn't I say it's 9/20? Yeah. That Friday and then ships a week later. Yeah, no, like, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Hardware wise, boom, boom, boom. Software comes later. Well, we said that on the stream too, didn't we? We said, are they just gonna ship everything with 18.1 and they're gonna say that this is coming later? We leaked it without knowing it. Yeah, like, remember that I had not followed any of the rumors and I still guessed exactly what they were gonna do. You just get hardware with no software? I mean, you get all of the other stuff that you get in iOS 18. You just don't get any of the Apple Intelligence stuff, right? Apple Intelligence coming this fall. You also don't get some of the camera stuff yet? The AI, yeah, again, more Apple Intelligence stuff though. But yeah, we knew that. Sorry for the grayscale. Hey, it looks great. We can take it off. Somebody's got to take it off. Yeah, icon color overlay, all of the custom controls stuff. You got, oh, there we go. Thank you, P-Guide codes. What else is coming in iOS 18? Do I really not have any cooldown for that? That's funny. Oh yeah, there's the iOS 18. Yeah, so other than Apple Intelligence, you have the being able to rearrange stuff on the home screen. You have the new photos layout. You got all, oh, RCS is going to be a big deal. This is all coming later. This is all coming later. The passwords app. Is what? RCS is coming right around. Is it really a big thing? Oh god, it's a big thing. If you have a bunch of people who are Android people in your life, which I do. Every one of my friends other than me is an Android person. And it's obnoxious. I think the new calendar or calculator stuff is shipping out, even though it's like somewhat Apple Intelligence-y. Friends are cheap wannabes. Has Google and Samsung been shipping RCS Messenger apps for a while? Yes. Yep. But just like them shipping USB-C phones for a while, Apple finally also doing it is a big deal. It's hooray, you've caught up. Yeah, I think there's a decent amount of stuff coming to iOS 18. Regardless of Apple Intelligence. And Apple always likes to do the like, oh, we're going to hold some stuff back until later anyway, shut up. Because then that way we can still kind of have almost even more of a beta thing. Oh, RCS is going to be a big deal. It's like, finally, I don't have to go to a third-party app in order to share a photo with my friends that doesn't come out a piece of crap. Because historically, I've been like, okay, I'm going to send this photo to one friend by signing into my work Slack with a different friend, sending it to them, and then having him send it to the other friend. And it's like, this is just obnoxious. Hey, thank you for the gift sub, Compile Dev. But yeah, anyway. Enough about iOS 18. We still got to ship our app that's compatible with iOS 17. We did... It just means you don't have to watch ads. Peabody codes. And also all of the sweet, sweet emojis. And some of the emojis do stuff. You can chat. You got the speaking head emoji that lets you say stuff on stream. All of that. Anyway, what are we working on? We've got a lot of stuff. I knocked out a bunch of bugs last night over stream. What else are we saying? Knocked out a bunch of bugs. Yeah, last night, overnight. There we go. That's what I'm saying. Knocked out a bunch of bugs last night. Still have a couple more that I need to do. And then the other big thing that we need to finish up is our revenue cap paywall that we started yesterday. I did not get any further in actually designing that. Prototype always does the important stuff during ads like shipping. I think what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to steal the... Does the barcode app make a barcode? It can. via shortcuts, primarily. You can export barcodes as images in shortcuts. What was I saying? We still need to fix this bugs. We still need to fix the paywall. I said I was mostly going to steal the paywall from, Kineo and Black Highlighter. Even though that one's a little bit weird and different, I think it's still worth it. We can kind of steal from there, and we just steal it without the buttons, I think. Does it make sandwiches? It does not make sandwiches. Does it work with the print center? Not yet, but that's actually a decent idea, I think. Yeah, so here's the Kineo paywall. Rose gold. And I think I like this, and then it would be just a single line on the iPhone, obviously. I think I like this, but I mean, part of the problem is we basically just don't have I'm looking for. We don't have a lot of features yet that are behind the paywall.
Put on the Apple hat.
Okay. That feels appropriate for today anyway. So I think I'm really only going to have like 2 of these. One of which is going to be this like, hey, oops, sorry about that. One of which is just going to be this, you know, continue support. And then the other one is going to be the, what's the word I'm looking for? So bad. Being able to add as many barcodes as you want. Those are the big ones.
Compile Dev says put on the Windows Phone hat.
I don't have a Windows Phone hat. If somebody wants to send me a Windows Phone hat, I will wear the Windows Phone hat. I have a Bing t-shirt. Does that count? You want me to go wear the Bing t-shirt? All right. Where are we at here? That never counts for anything. Not even to take the trash out with. All right, let's see what we got here. So if we open up highlighter, thank you for your 1Password password. Pretty sure you can't actually see anything in there. We will now use it for intelligence. My t-shirt holds on blue screens. I mean, a t-shirt that was blue that literally was just had the design of the blue screen thing on it would actually be a pretty fun t-shirt. I would totally wear that t-shirt. I'm sure it exists. I mean, better yet, I would love one that has the macOS kernel panic on it in like 5 different languages. Yeah, can I get a gray shirt that just looks like this? I would love this. This t-shirt ships later this year. I kind of want to make this t-shirt now. I think this would be a great t-shirt. It's just gray, and it's got all of this stuff on it. And it's got just the little logo behind it. I 100% want to actually get this shirt. What's the best place to do printing of these kinds of shirts? Best screen printing t-shirt company. 2024. Shake the reboot. Do I trust any of these random LinkedIn BuzzFeed? Surely they know what they're talking about. Cafe Press is still around? Wow. I feel like I've heard Custom Ink a lot. We'll have to figure this out. That'll be the first set of Cocoa type merch. Is the Colonel Panic t-shirt. Does Sticker Mule do t-shirts still? I thought Sticker Mule was I'm not gonna get into it. I thought Sticker Mule was a controversial choice these days. Let's go with it. Let's not get any further into it than that. All right. Paywall. That's where we're at. Let's see if we can actually build out the paywall in SwiftUI. Is that going to work at all? Why am I not? Oh, I need to regenerate the project. That would help. Paywall view. Look at this. Okay, let's hash preview this and see what we get. Let's also just do purchasing. That builds faster. We didn't mention that all the new .0 OS versions. Yes. NH. Purchases had not been configured. Boo. How am I supposed to do that in a preview? We should ban him for being clever. Never ban KNH. What all is in here? My app purchase logic. Happy event day. And we had some discussions about it. I slept through it, so I missed almost everything. Ooh, can I give it an offering? Self paywall footer with an offering. That might help. It's my credit card day. No, that's on Friday when the pre-orders actually open up. Offering nil, customer info nil, intro eligibility nil. So if I can give it an offering, maybe that'll help. Offering is a class. Let's see what we can do here. Because I would really love to be able to do this in SwiftUI, so that I don't have to really deal with this. Let's go add a doubles thing so that we can. No, I don't know. I'm lazy. Work product ready edition. Exactly. Event was a fairly formulaic mobile event. Yeah, I'm kind of getting to the point where the video based ones are just kind of boring. And I mean, WWDC obviously has enough to it that is important to us as developers that I'll still watch and like really focus on WWDC. But all of the rest of them, like the fact that they're just like these pre-recorded, completely polished, super long commercials is just, it's boring. I don't even care anymore. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know why I would bother anymore. I want them to go back to doing live, like actually live demos and stuff. I get why they don't do it, but at this point, they might as well just put out a press release. And a bunch of TikToks. Chasing Timber in the park. This is in Revenue Cat, not Revenue Cat UI. Okay. Now, do you know what an opening is? Yeah, there we go. Okay. You're running Xcode 15 RC. Yeah, there we go. Hey, I kind of sort of officially publicly launched gosh darn Apple versionnumbers.com today. Oh, and it looks terrible in this mode. So I don't actually have a dark mode. Let's do a dark mode. Also the other version that I'm not going to say on stream, but I bet you can guess what it is. This is semi-publicly officially launched. By which I mean I tweeted about it. Threaded about it. I threatened people with it. Somebody reposted, this is going to be a whole tangent. Somebody reposted one of my threads posts onto Mastodon, and I can't respond to them on Mastodon, so I'm kind of thinking about reviving my Mastodon account. I don't want to have like 5 different accounts that I have to post on, but I also kind of feel like I have to have 5 different accounts to post on. You need more social management. Value of optional type offering must be unwrapped to a value of type offering. Since when? Because this one that I did here, it literally says the Polygon threads. Hey, Nightbot knows what's going on. Yeah, look, this paywall footer right here gives me an offering of nil. Oh, public for external testing. Boo. Boo this man. Okay. I just want a paywall footer that I can provide dummy data to so that I can... use SwiftUI. Apparently not. Because I just don't want to have to go back and forth on this all the time. To like reboot everything. You know what I mean? I think I need this. Here it is. Okay. Whatever. We're just gonna assume that we know where all of this stuff goes. If not, then whatever. Let's go ahead and just pull in the stuff from Black Highlighter? Video? I don't know which one's newer. But I'm pretty sure I've already got Black Highlighter around here somewhere. So we're gonna say it's Highlighter. Also, Highlighter works with Burger, and the other one doesn't. So use Black Highlighter. Purchase, marketing, view. Wow, who builds a UI like this? I mean, this is... Oh, okay, never mind. It's like, this could be worse. Oh no, it actually probably can't be worse. Satisfactory 1.0 ships tomorrow night, so be game screaming along with code streams that you've been lazy on lately. Fair enough. Oh, what's our topic for podcast recording tonight? Are we doing the event? I need to be better about remembering to like actually check our content calendar. Yeah, see, this is what I want to build. This is it. This is the whole thing. And then I think we can drop the buttons because obviously those buttons will be on the podcast. You set it up for next week, but we can? What do you mean you set what up for next week? I mean, this is basically everything that we want. We'll ship some money grabbers. I think what this means is we want to pull Paywall into its own thing. So let's go ahead and just do that. Not sure there's enough to sound positive about in the event. Well, then we can pick a different topic. We don't need to talk about the event, especially since I didn't watch it. I mean, it's not really coding related this time anyway. I mean, I feel like like I said, the events that we would talk about would be WWDC. If there was really something for developers. The only thing that I can think of is like, can we do a quick dive into... You really do need to go get some lunch. Can we do a quick dive into like whatever the new camera control APIs are? And we can talk about like adopting new hardware APIs. Like, oh, when Apple ships new hardware, sometimes there's things that come with it and you can tie into them, and sometimes there's not. Cough, cough, the Apple Watch double tap thing. I think they did. Some people were posting about it in the Slack. Yeah, you want to talk about that? That would work. That would be a way to tie into the event without really talking about the event proper because, again, we don't care. But we can talk about like, hey, what did they actually ship? And what does it mean for us as, yeah, like, let's not focus on what they ship from a hardware perspective and what you might go buy, but like, what did they ship from a perspective as a developer? What do you have to care about? Like last year you had, wait, was last year the Dynamic Island? Or was that 2 years ago? That was 2 years ago. Like 2 years ago, you might have cared about the Dynamic Island. Earlier this year, you might have cared about the Apple Pencil support. This year, you care about that. Like, you know, you don't always have to go out and buy the latest and greatest from Apple, but it is good to look into how can you use the things that Apple has built in to their hardware to improve your app. There we go. There's our topic for tonight. Now I'm going to stop talking about it or else nobody's going to listen to the podcast because they can just listen to this. All right, so we created our paywall we created our paywall file. We need to go and actually create all of these groups. Nailed it 1.5 hours from now? Okay. I can totally fake knowing the answers. I mean, I haven't even looked into it, so I'm going to have to do some of that too. I don't need another folder here. Yes, I do. Just kidding. Resources. We will live deep dive. Nice. Okay. Strings. Strings. It was so easy to edit. Really? Does not feel like that would have been an easy one to edit. Oh, okay. You were being sarcastic. I see. Oops, that's not going to work because I forgot to add it to the project. I mean, it's going to build, but it's not going to do anything. It's going to be like, yeah, that whole folder you just created, I deleted it. Still did it in under 2 hours. Nice. Let me keep this on. I loved seeing you respond to Matt Mazzacott like, "Hey, you should get started doing Swift 6 stuff," and I was like, and he's like, "I've done all the Swift 6 stuff." I had to hop in and be like, "There's a reason why your blog posts are in our show notes." Oh no, this didn't work. Try this again. There we go. Now we actually have all of our files. Okay. Now what we're going to do is just copy paste them all over from Xcode. Not Xcode. Xcode? From Black Highlighter. Let me do this way. Copy. And then see how badly that breaks. It's probably going to be fine, right? Build fail. Wow, that was fast. Hey, at least if it failed incredibly fast. Okay, it needs access to the design system. We can fix that. If you're gonna fail, you want to fail fast, right? Okay, no such module purchasing. I disagree, but that's okay because we're not going to use the purchase button anyway. We might as well throw out the purchase button and the purchase button separator and the purchase restore button. You can probably even throw out the legacy purchase marketing top bar button stack because I'm guessing that's for if we're not on iOS 15. Yeah, we're definitely available on iOS 15. Let's get rid of that, and then we can get rid of our legacy purchase marketing top bar button stack. Boop, move to trash. Build. Okay. Now we're at least getting into some of the more interesting errors. Cannot find purchase button, no primary dark, no purchase marketing strings. Yeah, no, fair enough. Cannot find purchase button in scope. Yeah, we don't need any of this. This is just gone. We can get rid of that. Primary dark still doesn't exist. This is gonna need to exist. Font is no member app. Fair enough. Headline. Let's just do font.headline. That'd be an easy one to fix. App primary. We definitely don't have. Font has no member app. Self.textstyle. Oh, well, we're not available on Mac Catalyst, so we're just gonna say footnote. Boop. Okay, So I think we're most of the way to where we want. We are definitely not going to have top bar buttons. Rid of that. Button stack. This was based on dynamic type. We chose to put those buttons vertically versus horizontally. Okay. We're not going to do this. We don't have those buttons. In the top 2 of Worldwide Shapes 2 players. Wow. All right. I think we're at a point where we can start just putting stuff somewhere. All right. Actually not yet because this is still needs to get deleted. That's there. All right. I'm going to just start replacing these. So primary dark is purple now. We're going to replace them with dumb colors and then come back and we'll put real colors in here. So everything that's primary dark is now purple. Primary dark, primary dark, primary dark. And all of them. Sweet. App primary, this is going to be green. Our app is going to look like Barney the dinosaur. It'll be fine. These strings will go through and we'll create those. This needs to be just dot headline. App primary is green. A readable width. I don't know if we're going to need to care about that, but here, sure, let's comment that out for now. I don't think we're actually using that anywhere. Value of type scroll view content has no member fill. I don't know what that is actually doing. That would be worth figuring out. Top bar headline label text. Top bar sub headline label text. And then this, which has all kinds of stuff in it. I think we're going to need to just comment out all of these for now. This is going to be all of our items. Actually, let's leave the support development one in there because that is definitely one that we're going to keep. All right, what do we got now? We need to figure out what this means. Go to black highlighter. Where is that? What file is that in? That is in purchase marketing view. Easy enough. This is an extension on view that just gives us this giant frame. Probably just needs this part. All right, and then the last thing that we need is the strings. Purchase marketing view dot support headline. Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna grab this and then what's the other one? This one. And the other one. Except the other thing that we're gonna run into is the strings have different names. Because we named the module differently. I'll get to what I'm saying. All right, that should be enough for us to move on. Yes, I want to print that page. That's what I wanted to do. All right, is this enough to build yet? No, but that's mostly because this is now all strings. That should be enough for it to actually build. Still no. Okay, this becomes large title. Hey, Chris Platt, how are you doing? This becomes body. Primary ultralight, we don't have a color yet, so yellow. Wrap is going to be purple, green, and yellow. And now it builds. Okay. Let's see how this looks. It's going to look bad. There we go. Perfect. I think this is basically what we want, right? This is effectively exactly what we were looking for, I think. Really, truly. Okay. Let's figure this out. So what do we say over in black highlighter? Saw an ad for a food that was so disgusting it reminded you to stop working to catch the Coco Time show. How you doing, Eagle Nut? Besides watching food that's super disgusting. It's definitely memorable. Yeah. Yeah, no. See, look. Okay. Here's black highlighter. Ugly, terrible, the worst. And here's bark, which is just chef's kiss, right? I think it's clearly inferior to this one. This is way better. All right. Let's see if we can get. Why don't we have any text here? This is my first question. Where's all my text? I mean, it might make sense that there's text in here that this is just white. Yeah. But then why is the background of the purchase marketing item white? Because cell background already exists. That's actually a color. That's hilarious. Okay. I mean, that is kind of the color that we want it to be, though. So I guess what we need is that the text would need to be black. Is the only difference here. And I kind of feel like that text should just always be black, right? Because then it matches what the cells appear as in the other views. Yeah, there we go. Header, same deal. Perfect. Yeah, this is way better. All right, let's go get that image. And in here, I don't want this to be an image name. I want this to just be an image. Because then I can take advantage of the Tourist stuff. Yeah, no, that's never going to work. Also, this was clearly written by Past Jeff, who did not believe in putting init values up at the top. Okay, we'll come back to this one. Yeah, because now we need to go add that image to here. So we actually need to add a media file. What ad did you see, Eagle Nut? Now I'm curious. What food was so disgusting that it reminded you of Coco Type? Was it the KFC Double Down? Let's see if that gets us there. We go. Perfect. All right. I think we're basically done, right? Let's just ship this. Come on. Perfect. All right, maybe not. What do we need our colors to be? So we got some green. Okay, so we got green here, which is, I know what that is. That's so when we scroll. Look at that. Shouldn't be able to scroll that far. That's why that is, so that over scroll has the right colors. Okay, so green is gonna need to be, I think, our grouped background color. Let's see if I can find that. It would be in design systems, right? Colors. System group background? Hey, look at that. How about we not look at this in dark mode? Oh, it's not in dark mode? Why is that black? That doesn't make any sense. I know. One of them's eating. One of them has seen too much about terrible foods. I was waiting for them. I was going to give them all a chance, but no. I guess there's only one thing to do. Add somebody new to the list. I kind of figured that was going to be your response. God. All right, so then I think what we want is purchase marketing. Well, okay, here let's find our replacement for dot purple, because dot purple I think should be just background, primary background, primary system. No, fill. What is the color for filling a thing? I feel like there's a color for like primary backgrounds, but I don't know what it is. Color. There's primary and secondary, but that's for labels. That's not what I want right here. So do I have a different color for this in my design system? Barcode view header. That's not, probably not what I want. Is it what I want? Why don't we just use that? Okay, let's just use this. Primary barcode view header, yeah. Okay, I mean, this is basically what I'm looking for. And then now we need to go find our headline label. And we're going to say our foreground color is primary. That should look fine in dark mode. We'll deal with that in a minute. And then our sub headline label. Great. This is going to be secondary. Okay. All right. Now let's get the color scheme variants. These should look fine in both colors. Perfect. All right. Now let's go write some text. What did we do over here? We said... Probably would have been faster. Look at that. Okay, so Ultra Highlighter. That's obviously just going to be Bark Unleashed. And then unlock all of the features of... Unlock the full potential of Bark. Unlock all of the features of Bark. I don't know. We'll workshop that. Let's pin this and then open our localizable.strings. And we're going to just say this is just Bark Unleashed. Nothing's going to happen. Perfect. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. This clearly needs some better font treatment, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, no, I think I'm fine with that. Unlock the full potential of Bark. And we'll mess with it in a minute. Support development header. I basically just want to copy and paste that straight across. Oh, well, maybe not. Help keep the highlights on. That's probably not going to be it. Since that's a clear black highlighter reference. I'm not 100% convinced by that, but we'll come back to it. Copywriting is hard, y'all. It's not fun. I don't like it. There we go. And then I kind of want to fix up the size of the subheadline too. Something like that. I don't like that font spacing either, but... All right. We'll come back to the copywriting at a future point, but I think I'm happy with what we have right now. What I do want to do is I want to add a shadow to this. Hey. This added a shadow to all of the contents. Not at all what I want. Can we add shadow here? That do what I wanted? I think so. Legitimately can't tell. Yeah, that definitely did. Okay. It's just weird that even saying black is not really giving it much of a shadow. Okay, now I put red on there and it's definitely not giving it a shadow at all. I mean, it kind of feels like it is. Am I just crazy? I think I might just be crazy. Okay, that's clearly doing something. This looks like there's a shadow. Or is there? No, there's not. I'm really just saying stuff. Okay, never mind. If I add the shadow here, then it puts the shadow around all of our contents. That's not quite what I want. Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay, hold on. This whole background is just gonna be this. This, then this. There we go. All right, now we can clearly see our shadow. And now what we need to do, now this would be black. Looks like that, okay. But more importantly, this is actually cell shadow. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Also, yeah, no, it doesn't do anything on this side. Cool, because cell shadow is different in dark mode. Yay, okay. So there's our view. I guess now we just need to build out our other content. We don't have too much other content, but that's life. Get rid of this. Let's just go ahead and replace this whole thing with a hash preview. Perfect. So basically what we're dealing with here is this is going to need to become... What all are we actually doing here? So this becomes paywall asset dot support dot SourceUI image. We're just going to reuse the same image. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And then we'll create some new strings that is going to be like multiple items header, multiple items text. Who did it? Who did what? Took first? That was the Mad Texan. How you doing, Bet Spectre? Is this gonna work now? Yeah, there we go. For various definitions of the word work. Playing some Tarkive? Nice. I never got into those games, but I have some friends that are very, very into it. I don't understand them. But I'm telling them that they need to teach me how extraction shooters work. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lulantes. LOL does ruin your life. Are you talking about Tarkov still, or are you actually talking about League of Legends? Because LOL can also ruin your life. The other League of Legends. Tarkov, yeah. But Bungie's working on an extraction shooter based on a way better franchise that they used to have. And so these friends also know that I'm a huge fan of that other franchise. And I know I'm going to be disappointed. But still, I want to play it. And so I need to learn about how extraction shooters work before that game comes out. Not Halo now. Marathon. You just play Tarkon for the adrenaline? Oh, good. Coming soon Marathon or Classic Marathon. Because Classic Marathon has all kinds of ridiculous things. This is oh yeah, look at this. This is the good graphics. I think I actually have it installed. Do I not? Oh, bummer. I think I have it installed on my other machine. But this is the good stuff. This is the good games. Then they're also making a extraction shooter based on it. Yes, I was born January 1st, 1940. And I mean, they get the like aesthetics right, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's this is not the right aesthetics. It's like it mostly gets here. It's like, okay, yeah, I kind of get it. And then it's just like, wait, what's that? Weird robot lady? That one doesn't make as much sense. Do they not have like literally any other shots or something? No. The Bungie press room. I mean, they have the teaser. I'm gonna try to play this without the sound. Actually, we're just gonna skip through it. We're just gonna, yeah, this is basically a lot of the same shots in here. There's not really any gameplay footage or anything. And that's why it's like, oh, I can choose to be really excited about this. What I was looking for was there's one shot of like an enemy from the original Marathon. I was like, that looks so good. Yeah, this one right here. That guy. It looks so good. And you have no idea what I'm referencing because you've never seen the original. But that is a Safit compiler. Shut up, it makes sense. This is how you pronounce these words. They look like this. And that is as big as those sprites get. But they're like these hovering robe guys with this like glowy spot in their chest. They shoot energy balls out at you. And they just like the robes like fly open. And they go, and then it's like you see this. It's like, oh, look at that. It's like it went from like 7 pixels to this. The OG Iron Man. I'm pretty sure Iron Man actually predates this because Iron Man goes back to what, like 1940s. I don't know when did the original Iron Man come out? It would have been later than that. (1962). Yeah. So this definitely postdates that. Not by much. But yeah, they had a lot of cool stuff. Anyway, it's like I want to not be optimistic about this game because I know it's gonna suck, and I know I'm gonna hate it because it's not the game that I grew up with. But damn, if it doesn't look really good in some of these parts, it's like, oh man. I want them to just take these things that they've got in the trailers and the concept art and just make a movie. Just make me a movie with the original thing. The original story and everything. But no. They're going to make a game. And it's not going to be what I want. I'm going to be disappointed. even though this looks sick as hell. Sorry, that was my weird tangent for the day. Got like a hair on my face. It's driving me nuts. All right. Support feature improvements. Mirror support helps keep updates the bar improving. I don't like using the word support right there twice. I like these. These all had like funny, like slightly things. Always ready when you are. Not digital, not a problem. Plays well with others. Help keep the highlights on. Kineo said support the software arts there, which I also thought was a decent name. Decent text in the Kineo one. Yeah, support the software arts. Embiggen your view. Change the scenery. Add subtracted. That was I liked that one. That was a funny one. I don't know. I don't really have any good answers here as to like what that is. The fact of the matter is, like, we don't have much to put on this paywall yet. Need some dog puns in there? Yeah, I mean that's why Bark Unleashed, but I can't think of any good dog puns. Help keep Bark yapping. I do have multiple bark puns in the, or dog puns in the marketing, because that's the other thing. If you go to the website, it's smartly fetches important barcodes. So I'm definitely here for some dog puns, but they're not coming to me right now. Hang on, I will be right back. back at this. Do the felines approve of the dog pun focus? Oh, I don't know. I haven't asked them. I don't know about it. What they don't know won't hurt them. Something about burying barcodes. You can hoard as many barcodes as you want. I don't know. Let's go design this artwork. We can just basically grab this page. And then yeah, what do we got for our images? Okay, here. So this is what this is. Basically just need to say like, here's our image frame on each of these. And we're just gonna go add new stuff. These are the image sizes we're going for. And then why don't we grab... Oh, here we go. Okay. What I'm trying to get at is like, we have an item, and then we have an image on that item. Oop. No. Didn't do what I wanted. Because what this does is this like snaps into there. There we go. Okay. So we need to be able to duplicate these. And then basically show like, what are we doing here? So what I'm imagining for the other for the other icon. Hold on. I'm not done with my ridiculous problems. Copy this here. Oop. Paste. There we go. Okay. Now I'm happier. What I want to do with this one is I almost want to say like we put in the barcodes. What do we got? We got QR code entry, and then we have an ISBN barcode entry. Yeah, okay. So like this, we're gonna yeah, here we go. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. That was not at all what I wanted. Check the box. Thank you. Jesus. Okay. I actually guess I don't want to check the box. And it still works to use this as a mask? Okay, whatever. So what I'm imagining is we have like several of the barcodes and we give them all different names and stuff, but then we like shrink them and we kind of have them like floating around. That's my idea. So like we duplicate this, and we just like, okay, so we got another one, and then like this one, we zoom it down to like 60%, 70%, because I typed it wrong. And then this one's like 80%. Right over here, maybe, I don't know. And then this one's like, let's go get the ISBN entry. So it's a thing that I can do. And then this one's all the way in the back. And this one's maybe only Hey, thank you for the follow, Gongles. 2%? I don't know. Hovering over the rest of this stuff. That's too small. And honestly, maybe this one should be. And then, like, yeah, maybe as they go further back, they should be, like, more transparent. I don't know. No, that looks terrible. Okay, maybe not that part. And yes, they're not all going to be named gym membership. Don't worry about it. This is not turning out how I imagined this at all, but okay. Okay. Here, I'm gonna try something different. Not completely different. Don't worry about that part. I'm gonna try something slightly different. This is gonna do the same thing that it did before, where this is not gonna actually work as a mask. There we go. Now it works just fine. Okay. Except let's flip this gradient upside down. Did literally nothing. I don't like how this is turning out at all. I hate this. Buying one of each of the new stuff? I'm not buying any of the new stuff, I think. I think the closest that I'm tempted by... Here, look, if we do this, then maybe we don't have to ever really replace this. Nobody's gonna know what that date is. The only thing I'm really kind of tempted by is the new Apple Watch. And that's entirely because the new one they brought back the titanium. Because I got the stainless steel one last year after having a titanium one for forever, and I hate it. So this was my old one. This is a Series 5, I believe. Yeah. Series 5. Great. But it was getting a little long in the tooth. And the battery's not great. Still use it as a test device. It's great. Love it. It's so light. It's so light. And then I get this thing. It's like a freaking rock. It's great. I mean, it's still a good Apple Watch. But man, I was disappointed that they did not have titanium. I was like, the battery life on this other one is too bad. I need to get the new one. And I'm just gonna put up with the fact that they don't have a titanium one. I'm gonna get the stainless steel one, and surely it's not that bad. Surely it's not that heavy. But no, surely it is that heavy. It's ridiculous. It's so heavy. Like just holding these two together. It's like this feels like half the weight. I know it's not actually half the weight, but it feels like half the weight. And it's ridiculous. So I miss having the titanium Apple Watch. And so that's what I'm really tempted by of what they released is the titanium Apple Watch. Even though I just bought a new watch last year. But other than that, yeah, no, not really. I didn't see a whole lot that was like compelling, I guess. You're gonna get a new iPhone? I'm very trying to avoid getting a new iPhone this year. Did this already a couple times, but I've gotten the new iPhone every year for so long that I'm like behind on having test devices. And so I want to keep this phone for 2 years so that Apple actually lets me keep the phone. And then I can have permanently an iPhone 15 Pro as my test device. That's where that's coming from. But also, like, this does seem like a good year to not get the new phone because there's not a whole lot. You skip the 15. I mean, the 15 was such a big deal for one incredibly tiny reason, and that's the USB-C. Like, it was so good. It was finally get the USB-C on there, and it's like, oh man, like, it works with all of the same stuff as all of my other things. It's great. But yeah, the Apple Watch, the regular Apple Watch, not the Ultra. I have tiny, skinny wrists. That's the only thing that I super care about. You had too many lightning cable investments. See, I was like, I'm eager to throw out all of my lightning ones. You had the 11. Yeah, no, I think it's definitely time for an update. NH. Even Coach Connie has the 12, and she doesn't care about technology at all. Yeah, AirPods Pro 2. I mean, I already have AirPods Pro 2. This is just like coming with a free software update this year. You have the 14 and not sure about the 16? I will say, USB-C is a big deal. Other than that, like, I don't see too much this year that's like, oh yeah, you totally got it. Unless you really want Apple Intelligence. I mean, that is definitely a thing that exists. Why is the connector a big deal? Because it means that you have the same thing charging your MacBook and your phone, and I mean, those are the big two things. Nintendo Switch, I don't know. It's just it's the proprietary port, the Lightning port is just, it got to me. It was obnoxious. Your MacBook is MagSafe. Well, who charges their MacBook with MagSafe? In my MacBook, no, I actually don't have MacBook MagSafe. Your keyboard and trackpad are still Lightning? I just leave those plugged in all the time. And, well, I guess I don't have the thing. Yeah. Don't use MagSafe. Use USB-C to charge it. And then you have one charger at your table that charges both your MacBook and your phone. And it's super nice. I have the one charger at my table, or at my couch. Sorry. I guess also at my table. It's like, okay, it charges my MacBook Pro, my iPad. Sorry, not my MacBook Pro, my MacBook Air. I don't have a MacBook Pro. My MacBook Air, my iPad, my phone, all right there. Whatever I'm sitting with, I can charge that right there. Whatever device I'm using at any given time. Oh, also all of the other devices that are not Apple devices. My Switch, my Kobo, my, that's probably all of them. That might be all of them. But yeah, I mean, it's still nice. Switch and Kobo. Steam Deck. Yeah, there we go. Eagle Knot got there half a second after me. Steam Deck. Anything that I'm sitting with on my couch. It's like, it all just one cable. Just goes right in here. It's done. You like the new photo color editing? Yeah, I didn't see too much about that. I'm hoping that would also be on iPhone 15 Pro, because all of the Apple Intelligence stuff should be more or less the same. I don't know. I didn't watch the video, so I would have to figure that out later. Anyway, I'm going to call this good enough. Basically, because I'm tired and I want this to be done. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna call that good enough. Am I slightly sad about it? Yes. Am I gonna be sad enough about it that it really matters? No. Alright, so paywall view here. This now needs to import paywall. And then this would need to be purchase marketing view, which is already public. Perfect. I kind of figured that wasn't gonna work. Oh, okay, that's not gonna work for multiple reasons, but let's see if the app at least builds. It probably shouldn't, but it might. Yeah, okay. It didn't build for the right reasons. Which is that this needs to link to well, and then we can regenerate it, and then it should build. I need to hit build and run and not just build, or else I'm gonna sit there and be like, why isn't it doing anything? All right, let's see how this looks with our paywall in place. I mean, I think the phone for me, like the real big new thing, it seems like it is that capture control button. If Peter and I talk tonight on the podcast, And turns out there's something interesting there. That would be about the only thing that would sell me on it. Oh god, this looks terrible. Okay, first question. How do I make this scroll view scroll to where it needs to be? The button is pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, I didn't watch the video, so I don't know. I need this to scroll to where it needs to be, but also at the same time, like, there's like zero space here because of all the stuff that we've put underneath the paywall. Okay, I need to figure out how to fix this spacing area. So let's go see if they have anything in their docs about how that works. Alternatively, we end up building our own entirely custom paywall, but it feels like a lot of work. How to display a footer paywall on your custom footer. Okay. But oh. Wait, paywall footer. Wait, what is this? Oh, wait, this is a. I'm an Android. That helps. Okay, there we go. It's like at composable. What are you talking about? Okay, yeah. So this just says put the paywall footer here. Like that. On a scroll view. I'm pretty sure our view is a scroll view. Ignore safe area is probably important. Let's see what happens if I get rid of that. That might be part of it. Maybe that's important. Okay, that kind of fixed it. I need to fix this background, because that gray should go all the way until we see the footer. But actually, I think that's close. I'm kind of curious to what this looks like on another device that's not the iPhone SE. Because this does seem very cramped. I kind of also want to tweak some of the text on the paywall to maybe make that shorter overall. I think we can do if we go to their website. Nope, that's not it. Revenue. Yeah. Like maybe if we make these buttons say less now that we know that our paywall is going to have more information elsewhere. I think that's maybe a better option. Let's go with paywalls. Standard. Features? No. Packages? Yeah, okay. Unlock everything. Or only blah blah blah. Cancel at any time. That's not gonna say. That's not gonna cut enough time out of there. And then the annual one. First 2 weeks free, then just $4.99 a year. I don't think that's going to cut enough time out. Or enough text out, sorry. Can I cut this all the way back to just blank? Get everything at just. That's not really shorter. I don't know that this is really cutting any text off of our thing, but we'll see. We'll try it again. I have a feeling like this is not going to work. Yeah, this didn't make anything any better. It just takes up so much space. I mean, kind of get why. Why we want that much text. But at the same time, that's a lot of space, man. Wow. Nope. Oh god, did I... Okay, there we go. I think the only thing I changed here was this, right? And then this was unlock everything Park has to offer. It didn't really save us any space, so... Might as well just leave it as that. Oh well, if that's the case, let's finish fixing this. Scroll view, VStack, scroll view, background, this. Okay, I think this is what I need to fix. Yours, safe area. Try that. That still did not fix it. Or maybe I should even put that behind the paywall footer. Maybe it should be like this. See what this gives us, but I think maybe that's the better option. Yeah, let's try this one instead. If this doesn't work, I don't know what I'm doing. This is the ultimate answer to this question. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, no, that still doesn't fix it. Obnoxious. I don't know. I don't know how to fix these things. Whatever. I don't have time to figure it out. All right. What I need next then is I need to actually start limiting what people have access to. I think that would be part of our purchase repository, which I need to figure out how I did that in Highlighter, because that's gonna cache stuff. But at the same time, I may not actually need that, because what I really need is when users try to open Scanner or open the manual entry or use the share extension, I just need to check whether or not they have access to it. So I may be able to get this the way that I want. So var has user unlocked bool get has user unlocked, and then this is just going to be purchases dot, a lot of information in here. What's in here? How do I check to see whether or not they've bought something? You missed the green color of the old bark. Sorry. How do I choose to see whether or not they've got a thing involved? This is how you make a purchase. Oh, okay. If customer info entitlements is active equals true. So where's customer info? How do I get that? Customer info. Purchases dot customer info. Async. Okay, yeah. So this does need to be async. I forgot that part. Get async. Get async. Let customer info equals await purchases dot customer info. No. I do this. I know I saw it at one point. Checking subscription status. Hey, that sounds way more like what I'm looking for. Try await purchases dot shared dot customer info. Yeah, there we go. Shared dot customer info. Try await. That's fine. Right here. This is get async throws now. And then what we want to see is if they have that, we just want to see if they have the entitlements for a given entitlement ID. And is that active? Return customer info, entitlements. And we would need to hard code that somewhere. Is active equals true. Yeah? Ship it. Okay. So now what we need is our static, private, static, let, and you know what? We're going to put this down here. Unleashed, is that like the director's cut? Basically, yeah. Entitlement ID equals So then this can be self.entitlement. Now we need to go figure out what that entitlement ID is. And that should be over in our projects. How do I give this an icon? This is my other question. I need an icon so that I can actually read these. I need to be able to find it easier. It just says B. Surely I can put an actual icon there. This is actually identifier is literally just unleashed. Can I rename this? Has user been unleashed? Okay, so now on, say, root view. Toolbar buttons, manual entry toolbar button, scanner toolbar button, blop, blop. Here's the other problem. We need to figure out how to display an alert if something goes wrong. This is a good question. Because that would almost be like we would have an add state private var is showing purchase alert. I would almost pull that into paywall as well. Where we have like a purchase alert view modifier. And that would present this wherever. That could work. It just feels like a lot of work. Like a lot of work I don't want to do. Hold on, 1 second. New file. Purchase alert view modifier. So we're going to build out our paywall, not permission, paywall. Okay, so that currently does nothing. So now what I need to say is, what time do you want to record? An hour from now? Oh, we're supposed to be recording right now, aren't we? Crap. Yeah, an hour from now would be good. Sorry about that. I do need to ship. This is true. Okay. 1 hour to wrap in. No, please. At state private var is presented. But then this would need to be a binding. The state is going to be handled by something else. Yeah, no, I guess it would be. Is presented bool. Okay. Yeah, I think we're right here. Init is presented binding bool is presented equals is presented. It's presented actions. And then this is where we need our actions. Need actions. Actually gonna build? No. Okay. And then here we need is presented. Also a binding to a bool. And then this is presented, is presented. All right, so if that's public, then we would have the other thing. Okay, but now let's give ourselves some actions. What I need here is a button. This is gonna have a title key. Go paywall. I'm gonna put dumb names in here for a second. No role. Yeah, so this would not have a role. It would have an action. Print. Go paywall. And then also a button. And this one is cancel. This one does have a role of cancel. Print. Cancel. Okay, so now we have actions. Sweet. The concern that I have basically is I need this to be able to present the paywall, the purchase marketing view, on itself. I'm not entirely sure that this is going to work. Dot sheet is presented. Now this would be a state inside of ourselves. At state private var. Hey, thank you for the sub, Eaglenaut. Is showing paywall. Cool. Is showing paywall. Purchase marketing view. Is that gonna work? Yes, no, maybe. Okay, so then in this case, this button now just says is showing paywall equals true. All right, let's see if this is even kind of close to what we want. So let's go back to our root view. Our root view now needs to know about purchasing. Our root view needs to know about a lot of things. And then basically this is going to be crap. This is not going to need to know about purchasing. This do catch. We will want to log the error. I think if we have an error making a purchase, we just go ahead and let the user do whatever. Is showing manual entry equals true. We want to log the error just in case. Otherwise, what we want to do is we want to say let is user unleashed equals, now we need our purchase repository. Purchasing dot default dot repository dot has user been unleashed. If has user been unleashed is showing manual entry equals true. Else is showing purchase alert equals true. And then here, this becomes purchase alert is presented is showing purchase alert. All right, let's see if this is even kind of sort of gonna work. Brazil here, hello, welcome, welcome. All right, what I want to do here first is we're just gonna straight up return false from this and see if it even kind of works. Argentina here. Oh, we got all the South Americas. Do we have a Peruvian? Going once, going twice. Or Chilean? Or Colombian? Trying to remember all of my South American countries. What am I missing? Oh, I'm gonna feel bad. America. Who am I missing? I've named a bunch. Venezuelans, Ecuadorians, Paraguayans, Uruguayans, Bolivians. Why is this not running? Oh, because it didn't build. That's why. Yes, this needs to be try await. Also, this is never going to work because this is actually supposed to do something. You got much further than many other Americans would have. Yeah, but it was still like what? Less than a quarter of the actual countries down there? I should have gotten Bolivia. Yeah, that one I feel bad about. I don't feel as bad about some of the rest. I should have gotten Ecuador too. I should have gotten Ecuador. I don't feel as bad about forgetting Paraguay and Uruguay. I should have also gotten Venezuela. Dang it. I should have gotten a lot of these. I should have gotten at least these three and Bolivia. I don't feel bad about Paraguay, Uruguay, or Guyana, Suriname, or French Guiana. I mean, I'll feel bad if somebody shows up and they're like, I'm from French Guiana. But yeah, I do feel bad about forgetting these top three, especially. How do you see Brazil? I mean, Brazil's a big place. Brazil's a big place, and Brazil is fairly I feel like very highly represented in tech. I know a lot of people from Brazil in tech. Argentina is definitely one that I see less of. Not to say that I think anything in particular of Argentina. It's just I don't see people pop in and say, hey, I'm from Argentina, nearly as much as I see people saying that from Brazil. Yeah. Why is this not building? No such module purchasing. Purchase button has been deleted. What are you saying that there's no... I mean, that's also true. There are way more people in Brazil than there are in Argentina. Oops, I'm hitting entirely the wrong buttons. I want to be touching this button. Nothing happened. Perfect. Hey, maybe I should actually put the button in here. Just open a task that does nothing. And then wonder why the button doesn't actually do anything. There we go. We have our YOLO alert. Oops, that's not the right button. There we go. Our YOLO alert that we can either cancel or show the paywall. So let's cancel. Okay, so it does properly cancel. And then let's hit the button again. And this time we're going to say show paywall. Look at that. It actually works. One problem is that it didn't actually show the paywall. It just showed the background of the paywall, which is more important. So I think we don't want to show purchase marketing view there. We want to show paywall view. Also, where on earth did we put that purchase alert view modifier? It's probably in the wrong thing. Yes, it is. Yes, this should go here. Part of purchasing. Yes. Okay. And then this should not be showing purchase marketing view. It should be showing paywall view. Let's try that again. And then I think we have a couple other problems, but we'll get into those problems in a minute. One of them I think is actually showing right here. There we go. Now we have the actual paywall. Okay. Yeah, here's our problem right here. Let's actually pull up the light and dark mode again. Notice how we have a close button over here. You can't actually see it over here. There's a problem. I want to make sure that there's actually a visible way to get out of this view. You can always swipe it down, but people don't always know that. Yeah, let's show the paywall. There we go. Perfect. Okay. All right. I think this is good progress. Good progress. Good progress. I think this is working. What I need to do now is put actual text into here. So this is purchasing. We need a localizable strings for this. Okay, so we're going to call this purchase alert view modifier title. Purchase alert view modifier message. Purchase alert view modifier cancel button. And purchase alert view modifier paywall button. What words do we use over in highlighter? Do this. If I recall correctly, we called this unpurchased. Yeah. Not unpurchased feature, although that is something that we would eventually like to get. Rather, basically to get it here. So where's our localizable strings for this? Oh, geez. Go back. So we say, yeah, I think at this point, we're going to just say adding more items requires Bark Unleashed. And then, yeah. So this will be requires Bark Unleashed. Learn more. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Requires Bark Unleashed. Adding more codes requires Bark Unleashed. Then have a period. Yep. Okay. I think that's what we put here. And then learn more. Capitalized? It was capitalized. All right. So now we have that. We can go regenerate the project. Now if we go into here, we can say private type alias strings, paywall, no, purchasing strings, third view modifier. Okay. The other thing that we're missing is our alert does not actually have a message yet, so we need to figure out how to add that. Alert message is presented error message. The title key is presented actions message. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. Okay. Strings dot title is presented actions, the thing that we have, and then message is also a thing that we have. But we don't like these if we can get away with them, so let's do that. All right. And then our message here is just going to be text. Strings dot message. And then this is going to be our buttons here. Strings dot paywall button and strings dot cancel button. And this is also just not going to do anything, so that. Okay. Run it back again. Requires Bark Unleashed. Adding more barcodes requires Bark Unleashed. Okay, learn more. Learn more. That's the thing. Blah, blah, blah. Sweet. We can dismiss out of here. Perfect. All right. Yeah. Let's go back and let's change back that purchasing repository. Purchase repository. Yeah, that's it. But rather specifically the revenue cap purchase repository. Bring all of this information back. Come on. So that should give us our actual information. And then, yeah, I think the last thing that we need to do is we need to add it to the scanner. We need to add it to the share extension. Share extension is going to be a little bit weird because I don't think that we can pop the paywall in there. So we're not going to do that in there. We'll just display an error, I think. How are we going to do this? We need to go back to our root view. And we need the scanner button. That is going to require the same sorts of things that we did here. Let's unpin this. We don't need this anymore. What we need is our manual entry toolbar item. There we go. Yep. Blah, blah, blah. This is now super view did load. What happens when I let people name variables? This is a new state. I actually feel like I should move this state down here. Yeah, I like that better. That's where it actually gets used. And then we add the purchase alert to that. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Import purchasing. Will it blend? It does. Okay. Dare I try to just not actually test that? I probably should go back to adding it back to here. Let's return false again. Really? I like how this is not doing the thing that I want. Return false. Just make sure that this button actually does work the way that I want it to. Even though this should be basically identical. Let's make sure that they are actually identical. See, this is what I get. This is why I need to actually test things. I mean, ultimately, the answer is this is why I should be writing actual unit tests, but that's a different story. Query Spark unleashed. Okay, cool. We can work with this. Paywall off. Entry and scanner. All right, now the share entry. Why is watch extension input handler in share contents? Oh, that's because it's a different thing. Never mind. Okay, never mind. That's why that's there. That actually does make sense for that to be there. Share error. We're gonna have user is not unleashed is an error. That's gonna cause a couple different warnings. Build errors. Which must be exhaustive. Yep. So we need to provide different titles for if the user hasn't actually purchased. But I think the other thing that I need to do is I need to figure out where to actually place throwing that error, which is going to be in mobile extension input handler. Yeah. So I think we would guard here that the user is unleashed. This is thankfully already async throws. Perfect. So we can just import purchasing in here, but we need to go add that to share contents. Okay, so we're gonna ask whether or not the user has purchased the product. If they aren't, then we'll throw this error. That's really all we need to do. It's just that needs to go right there. And then we just need to give ourselves some strings. And I think most of these strings are going to be pretty similar to what we have in the thing. Oh, I'm dumb. This is going to happen every single time the user tries to add something until they purchase it. I need to add in the like count, the max count that they're allowed to add. Because they're allowed to add up to 3 without a problem. And so then count needs, if count is less than 4, sorry, if count is less than 3, then we just ignore them. If count is already 3, then we would need to say, you've got a problem. So we do need to do that, but we'll come back to that part. Share error. Okay, so this is the part where we need new strings. So let's go find our strings. Be right in here. We're going to say error view dot not purchased message. Unpurchased message. Let's go find those exact other strings. Cool. I think that's what I want. And now let's regenerate the project. Means we can now do case dot user is not unleashed, turn strings dot unpurchased. Unpurchased title. Yeah, this was there the whole time. Shut up. Turn strings dot unpurchased message. Perfect. Okay. So now if we try to scan it and the user has a problem, then we would have the issue. Okay. That said, what I need to do is I need to go to start defining how many problems I need. Which is, I think purchasing needs almost like a public let max barcodes count equals 3. And then everywhere where we have been saying has user been unleashed needs to check whether or not we have that. Because we need to check, has the user been unleashed, or do they have fewer than the max barcodes count? Yeah, because otherwise, yeah, we need to check this in at the point of use, because otherwise, like, when we go to add more things, we need to check different things. But I was gonna say we could centralize all of this, but I think actually we don't want to in this case. Which means, unfortunately, hold on. Do we have the thing in here? We do not. Great. I guess we're using the default value here. Okay, that's fine. We're better off than I thought we were. Manual entry toolbar item. We now need an add environment var. Let's actually move this down here. Where do we define guard let not scrolling is equal? In persistence, yeah. Let codes count. Repository.codes.count. Wait. Repository.codes.count. If user has been unleashed or codes count is less than purchasing max codes count. Perfect. Okay. Same deal over in scanner item. Go back to setting this to false. I definitely clicked on the revenue cat thing and it just disappeared. Turn this back to false. Wonder why we haven't actually, okay. Showing ancient errors again. Adam Wolf was complaining about that yesterday. Hey, y'all should go follow Adam Wolf. If you like what you're watching now, go follow him as well. He does very similar things, except his stuff is mostly on the Mac, but it's still Swift. Although he does a lot of iPad stuff too. Yes, yeah, Adam Wolf. You should go follow Adam Wolf. All right, so now if I hit this, we should be able to add a new thing. Perfect. This is going to be QR code. Come on. And it's going to be called Google. We're just going to go to google.com. Save it. Okay, so now that we have 3, if I try to add another one, we should throw a fit. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so that worked exactly the way I wanted it to. We're going to do the same thing over here. Yep, cool. Perfect. We need to check this in the share extension, I think. Where was that? That was like mobile extension input handler. Yeah, this one. Now this one, this returns a code value. So I almost kind of want to like move this. No, maybe not. Hold on. This is handle input from extension context. That gets us a code value. That's handled here. And then this goes to our success value, which would then add things to the default repository. Okay, so we're just using persistence.default repository here. Okay, we'll do that. Fine, over here. Do we give that a name? Barcode repository. Okay, so let's leave those in there as well. Private let barcode repository. This should be any barcode repository. Means this needs import persistence. And then this should do the same thing here. Barcode repository. Any code repository equals persistence repository. Oh. Okay, so now in here, guard try await, try await barcode repository dot codes dot count is less than purchasing dot max barcodes count. Sweet. Okay, let's finally turn this back into that. And then I think, last but not least, let's try running this whole thing, see if it works. All the way through. And then if that's works, then I think we can say we're done with the paywall, which is good, because it's like a big part of the whole project. It's kind of the whole point of the hackathon. All right, so what we should see here, try to add a thing, requires Bark Unleashed. Oh, hang on, let's pop this open as well. Gonna be important. We say learn more. We go ahead and start our 2 free weeks. Subscribe. You're all set. Guess in theory we close this. And then we click add. And we get the thing. Heck yeah. All right, that's Paywalls done. That has been a large weight off. I am so glad that that's done. At this point, yeah, what do we have left to like, oh, like, it's really, really required. And triggers cause barcodes to appear is a big one. Detect duplicate barcodes would be a nice one to have. Library empty state, widget issues. Like, I'm trying to think of which ones are like make or break for release. Triggers cause barcodes to appear is a big one. Detect duplicate barcodes, I think, is a big one. Library empty state, widget issues, Apple Watch complication, fixing the shadow. I think those are nice to haves, and we should definitely work on them. But I think triggers cause barcodes to appear is the only one that we need to have in order to do that. Which task is the final boss? I think it would be that one. Triggers cause barcodes to appear. Detecting duplicate barcodes is not going to be too big of a deal. It's mostly about writing errors for that one. Honestly, I think the final boss was revenue cap paywall. That was a big open one. I've never done this before. I don't know. Like, I knew nothing about it. I kind of came in and I did this in 2 days. So, I mean, that's you know, it was the big final boss, but I think at the same time it was pretty easy. I think we got it nice and nailed out. So yeah, I think that other than these two, which are like, I think right now at this point I could ship this right now. Period. I do think these are two very much like, I would feel bad if I shipped without these two. And then everything else is a nice to have. So yeah, I think we're pretty close to actually being able to ship. I want to spend tomorrow working on this, and then I would like to be able to submit it Wednesday. So yeah, I guess the other big final boss, KNH, the other big final boss that we haven't really discussed yet is screenshots. Getting stuff, everything ready for the App Store. All of that. So that might actually be what we do tomorrow. So maybe, yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hang up. I'm going to go record podcast with Compile Dev. Link up there. I'm going to come back, and then we're going to work on this triggers and detect duplicate barcodes tonight. And then tomorrow, I think I promised Adam Wolf a ASO stream. So I think tomorrow's stream will be the ASO stream. Yeah, subscribe to the podcast. I should have a link to the podcast. So yeah, tomorrow will be the big App Store stream, I think. We'll get everything ready for the App Store. And then maybe even submit tomorrow. That'd be great. I would love it. Get the app submitted, and then everything else is like, what can we do to like get ready for actually launching? I think that's where we're at. So yeah, definitely rushing towards the finish line here. So yeah, thank you all for watching. I will be back online later this evening, but I'm gonna go hang out with Compile Dev for a minute, and I hope to see you all later. And if not later, then tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Exhale. Hello, everybody. How's it going? We are, job whoever redeemed the chroma key reset. No, it's my capture card. Sometimes it just decides to make everything green. It just smashes everything up to the top of the screen and makes it all green. I don't know what it is. Yeah. What are we doing tonight? We are enhancing our app experience with the camera control. No. That's the Compile Swift podcast, which I'm sure Adam will link to again. Who get it right the first time this time? What are we doing tonight? On the last stream earlier today, we finished up our paywall. And I'm here to say, no, we didn't. There's actually quite a few more things that we got to do. So we're going to go do that first. Yeah, we're going to go build up our paywall. Because I was like, oh, all we need to do is build in the paywall, and then we're done. And we've got that. But that's actually not what we have to do. We have to yeah, we got a couple other things. You need the 10-second summary of the event? Apple Watch has titanium now, again. The only thing I cared about. There's a new button on the phone for taking pictures. It's a button. Peter called it the touchy-feely button. It's for taking pictures and adjusting zoom, that kind of thing. It sounds like it was kind of a lackluster event. I don't know. I didn't watch it. I slept through it. But I don't feel like I missed too much. So take that as you will. I have not yet gone back and rewatched it. Anyway, what do we need to do with our paywall? So we built out the paywall earlier today. It is in place. Maybe the 13 dropped in price. Yeah, I actually don't know what they did with the other devices. So what's available now? Let's go take a look. Apple.com. What are they still selling? They're only selling back to the 14. So I mean, if the 13's available on refurbished places elsewhere, there you go. They only have back to the 14 now on their for them. What's the minimum device you need to run Apple Intelligence? It is the 15 Pro. But I don't know if the 15 Pro may actually be more expensive than the 16. Or do they even still sell the 15 Pro? They don't even sell the 15 Pro. So the minimum device you need is the iPhone 16. Flat out, 16. Do not sell the 15 Pro? I actually don't know. I mean, both of these make it look like they didn't sell either of the devices. They only sell the Pro of the newest model. But I don't know if that's historically been the case or not. Because yeah, it doesn't look like they're selling the 14 Pro either. You got the 14, the 14 Plus. You've got the 15 and the 15 Plus. You have the 16, the 16 Plus, the 16 Pro, and the 16 Pro Max. Yeah, I don't know if they've historically not sold the older ones or not. Apple Refurb. Are they selling stuff on the Refurb store? You can get a... yeah, they don't even have the 15 line up here yet. They don't have any refurbished 15s. Oh, well. Anyway, what was yeah, what are we working on? Paywall. Got the paywall up and running so that if you try to do this and you haven't made a purchase, you can't do it. If you yeah, if you go and make a purchase, then you're able to add more barcodes. What I have not done is on this page right here, on Highlighter and Kineo, which, do I have those apps installed? That would be nice, but I don't think that I do. With Highlighter and Kineo, I kind of like brand that top bar up there. And I want to do that again. And then the other thing that I wanted to do is I want to show the I want to show the paywall at the end of onboarding. So those are the things that I want to do. So, yeah, let me see if I can pull up. Let's actually, I think we just have the Highlighter app installed here. It might not show it. Hang on, do I have a scheme here? It's like override purchase. Does that actually work? No. Where's our settings view? Things, content. Purchase features section. If the purchase state is not equal to purchased, this, it's going to always show this. So that way I can at least show what it is I'm talking about. I want to do in Park. And then yeah, what's left on the roadmap tonight? We need to finish up this paywall stuff. I think that'll go pretty quickly. Triggers cause barcodes to appear. Detecting duplicate barcodes. I think those are two big ones still left. Everything else, I think we could drop if we wanted to. I think that's okay. Hey, Coach Connie. How are you doing? Yeah, we need to finish up the paywall. We need to finish up triggers cause barcodes to appear. I really think we need to finish up duplicate barcodes. We need to prevent that. But yeah, I think everything else we're done. Look at how far we've come. We've done so much of this. So many things. Not too much time left, but I think we're gonna have a decent app out there. Plans for tomorrow. App Store submission stream. Working on screenshots, working on getting an app description out, working on filling out all of the things that you need to do in order to submit an app to the App Store. I think that's going to be tomorrow's stream. And then I don't really know what we're going to do for streams after submission before launch. If anybody has any ideas. I mean, I can continue to tackle some of this stuff, but I don't really want to get into a state where it's like, okay, well, I rejected my current build and I resubmitted it and then I'm screwed. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to do post-submission, pre-launch. We'll find out, I guess. This build failed. That's why this is not working. Why can't I do... Okay, we're just going to run this on the simulator. All I'm trying to do is show you what this view is supposed to do. You've got a bug list I can help with? All right, send me over the Git repo. I mean, hey, if you've got a bug list for Bark, I would love to know about those bugs. Although I feel like what you're going to say here is you're going to say, you know what you should do between those two streams? PDF 417 support. So this is what we got right here. Ultra highlighter, ultimate highlight power, $5.99. I don't think I'm going to be able to put the price in here easily, because I mean, I guess I could do blah 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 per year. You have a bug list, but they're all on Mac and I killed it. I'm sorry. I do need to figure out if your crash like is easily replicable anywhere else, but yeah, no, I just decided that this was not going to be a Mac app. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, this is what I want to do. Is I want this view to be here, and that'll show us the paywall. So let's go ahead and get this running on our device, sorry, in Bark, and build out what we want that to look like. And then I think the other thing that I'm going to do with that is I'm going to move the tour back down into important information, maybe. Because right now, it's the other thing. It can't run on Macs anymore. MACS. Yeah, see how introduction tour is like there? Although if I move that down here, now I got to give it an icon. Somebody come up with a good SF symbol for the introduction tour. Knowing that I've already used the eye icon. I don't know why I zoomed in on it that way as opposed to doing it this way. Yeah, I've got all these icons for everything else. If I want to move the introduction tour down into important information, that one. That's not an SF symbol. Ooh, a pho stream. That would be great. That sounds delicious. Everybody keeps telling me to do a cooking stream, but if you're going to do a pho stream, I'm here for it. All right. Bark app. Yes. Okay. Bark Unleashed. This needs to be a new thing. Also, what did I do? Oh, okay. That actually works exactly the way I want. That's fine. It would be a better stream than you tried to type. All right. So where is our menu contents here? So this is menu list, upsell section. Okay. So yeah, onboarding route sell. I think I want to move this into information section. And then upsell section now only has the paywall route sell. But I think this is going to be more interesting than it currently is. So let's go pull up our route cell over here. I said over here. Said over here. There we go. Navigation link, cell, label. What is KMP? Don't ask Peter. Nobody would know. Yes. Kerbal Mars program. Kerbal mouse program. Shame they canceled Kotlin server project too. It is. All right, so what we need here, I think, is cool stuff. What do we currently have this? Menu strings.paywall route cell.title. Menu strings.paywall route cell.title. And then I think what we want here. Okay, so we have not given this a subtitle yet. That's step one. Let's see what this gives us. And then I think what we're going to do is we're going to just mess with the fonts here. Yeah, what exactly does the highlighter one look like again? Let's take a screenshot of this and move this over to Sketch. So yeah, I think we just change this up into yeah, like this is the regular body size font. This is something bigger. I think we can work with this. Because right now we just have that, which looks dumb as heck. That's okay. This is our text. This is going to be font. No, we're not going to change the font. We are going to change the foreground style to color.secondary. This one, we're going to change the font to title 3. I don't know. Oh, I put a thing in here. Typography. Yeah, look at this. Just go quickly to the typography page. Headline is the same as body, but bold, semi-bold. I think we want to go to title 3 and then weight black. Weight black. Let's see what that gives us. I mean, that's basically what I want right there. Done? Done. Except for the part where we need a introduction to our icon. Ooh, what's the, like, tips? It's like a pin, isn't it? The tips icon? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, it's a light bulb icon. I don't like any of these. What means I'm going to teach you some stuff. Where's my... Figure badminton. That's what we're going to do. Graduate cap. Try it. Graduation cap. Okay, yeah, sure. Now, more importantly, what color? I think that should be like a yellow.
Put on the lightning bolt hat.
Done. Quickest hat change ever. Imperial graduation hat. Somebody call the manager. Coach Connie, we need you to adjudicate this. Real manager, right? Just... You crashed XCOM. I feel like this just needs to be slightly smaller than all the rest because it's not fitting quite right. Actually, I kind of feel like all of these need to be a little bit smaller. All too big. We just make these all 30 by 30 and then just type directly into them, and they're all centered. You know, the difference is these are not symbols. These are actually just SVPs. Let's export all of these. And then what were they? They were, well, let's, oh yeah. Like, where's Xcode? Oh right, Mono crashed it. Oh yeah. Oh, this isn't even the right project. All right, we need to replace about, acknowledgements, releases, privacy. 4 of them there, right? That was what was there before, and now we need a 5th one, tour. Oop, tour's there. And then yeah, let's, I wonder if I just grab those releases, acknowledgements, about. Privacy. Can I just have it replace them? No. Fine. We'll do it the hard way. This contrast is terrible. I don't like this color. We're gonna pick a different color. Indigo? Sure. There we go. All right. Now we can go back to our, what is it, onboarding cell? That was totally it. Yeah. Image. Route cell takes a title, a subtitle, and a route. Why doesn't that one take an image? All of the other ones do. Because all of the other ones go to a web page. build film. But why? Oh yeah. Adam, you were having this trouble the other day with the things not going away. The errors and warnings not going away. Check out this one. This whole file no longer exists, and yet I still have an error. Clear derived data 3 times today. Ah, so it's a day ending in Y. Okay, I'm happy with that. You're still on Xcode 15, you're hoping 16 solves all your problems forever? Well, I'm on 15 after using 16 for several months. So let me tell you how that went. I was using 16 for quite a while, and now I'm back on 15. So, I mean, admittedly, I haven't tried the one that came out today, so. Update, unleashed. Update paywall. Menu entry? Yeah. Xcode 16 is a bust? Why is it a bust for you, Mono? Too boring having no Xcode issues? I mean, the problem that I had was a build issue for widgets stuff specifically. I switched back to 15 because 15 made it work and 16 did not. And I have a deadline. I don't know if you've heard about this. There's this thing called the ship-a-ton, and I'm trying to get my app done before this deadline. And so I could fight with Xcode 16 over builds that didn't work, or I could switch back to 15 and it just worked. So I know which one I picked. So we got this now. This is working fine. The other one that we wanted to do was at the end of the introduction tour. We show the paywall. That's fun. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's not how that works. Don't listen to anybody on the Apple developer forums unless they are named Eskimo. This is just not succeeding unless... So request permission. What will we do when Eskimo retires? I think the industry is just going to collapse. even despite the fact that it's unrelated, like Android is just going to give up as well. They're like, without Eskimo, we have no competition because developers can't work on iOS. So we might as well just wrap it up. There's nobody for us to compete with anymore. Yeah, because this wouldn't change authorization, would it? This is working now. I think there's a couple problems that I got here though. One, that onboarding when we show it, here's the problem. Here's what we're gonna do. That route cell, it's wrong. The whole dang cell's wrong, man. We're gonna do this. This is also not correct. Site URL cells. Okay, here we go. We're gonna grab this. So route cell, I'm pretty sure we're now only using in that onboarding cell. Problem is we named so many things route cell. Look at this. This is no longer okay. It's paywall route cell. This is mail route cell. None of this should exist anymore. Yeah, the only place that we're actually using route cell is on onboarding route cell. None of these should be named route cell, for one thing. I named them all route cell, and then it turned out none of them were route cells. And in fact, I'm pretty sure we now have no actual routes. Well, okay, the paywall cell is still using it. I kind of feel like maybe it shouldn't. That's the only one that's like kind of using a route. And onboarding route cell, which I'm now going to not be doing that. I think this is what we want to do, is we are going to say onboarding route cell has a state like this. Has no subtitle. I'm not going to do onboarding. What we are going to do is we're going to have a state of is onboarding presented, and then in our sheet we're just going to publish what our onboarding would do, which is an onboarding view. Editor canvas used legacy previews execution? What? Canvas doesn't even show me anything. It's not, well, okay, I guess that would be a drop down over on the other one. Themes related to Google Maps, Place, and or Firebase packages in Xcode 16. Maybe a Swift 6. It's no way it's a Swift 6 thing, but then we pop this up and then we pop that up. Okay, this is a better option, I think. Get started, continue. Perfect. Okay, I'm happier with that. Then basically the only thing that we have that is actually just pushing this route is the paywall. That's kind of silly. Oh well. Onboarding route cell, paywall route cell, upsell section. Okay, I think we're good here. This actually needs to move over here now. So onboarding view now needs to go onboarding view. I guess we need another page that is jumps all the way to the end of the thing, but then intro page currently has a secondary button that just calls dismiss, when what it actually needs to do is it needs to hop to the paywall. Yeah, that's true. Which would really mean this doesn't need to dismiss at all. I mean, we might as well, but onboarding page would then have a paywall in here. And then that's going to cause a problem here. Sweet. Oh, that's going to be a problem because now onboarding needs to know about paywall and paywall needs to know. No, paywall doesn't need to know about onboarding. Never mind. Just kidding. I thought that was going to be a circular reference, but it wasn't. So we get to the paywall view at the end of this. But then the other thing that I need is that the skip tour button needs to hop straight to the paywall. So I think actually what we need to do is we need a paywall action. And to hotfix your work app, guess who tried to force unwrap a nil? See, this is why you never do it. Don't do it. I don't know why these aren't all just in the same file. All right. Now we have that. So now we can go into our intro page and then skip tour. No longer has dismiss. It has paywall. We'll run that. And so what we should see is when we go through the onboarding, if we hit skip tour, we go straight to the paywall. If we don't hit skip tour and we go boop, 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 boop through the app, we hit the paywall at the end. Introduction tour. Just go ahead and try skip tour right now. Takes us straight to the paywall. Perfect. Introduction tour. Get started. Continue, 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 continue. Paywall. I wonder if Apple's going to be mad about the idea that introduction, you hit get started. Continue, 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 continue. Ah, what's the button? Pops up the thing there. I don't know if they'd be mad about that or not. It does make me mad that my paywall UI is so different from the rest of it. Because yeah, I would love for this to be like boop, 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 boop. And then this looks exactly the same. It doesn't have this weird bottom part that looks not like the rest of my app, but hey, good night, compile dev. Yeah, I think the problem with that is just that would require building out a lot of custom UI that I don't have time to do. I want to try something else. Hold on. Here's our paywall view. This has this paywall footer, and I can set it to condensed. I want to see if that looks better. Y'all can tell me whether I'm crazy or not. Because what this will do is, yeah, you have this, and then if you tap all plans, then it'll show you all of that. But also, why does it say continue right now? It shouldn't say continue. Yeah, this should say start your free blah blah blah. Oh, I guess probably because I don't have an introductory offer. Because I've already done this. So, nope. God, it would really be great if something. I don't know. What's the word I'm trying to say? It would be great if keyboard shortcuts did what they were supposed to do. Especially since I can never find the store kit one, which is in debug. Yes. Command-Shift-T. Look, it literally says Command-Shift-T, and I'm hitting it. Now it's working. I swear to God, that was exactly what I was typing just a second ago. And it was like, I've never seen this thing before in my life. What are you talking about? Transactions. I delete this and then rerun, I bet I have to delete the whole app. And then maybe even delete my data from Revenue Cat. do I delete this? Delete this or... Yeah, because this should say start your 2 free weeks, basically. Is this the wording that I want to use? What is, so Curtis Herbert did a, Slopes Diaries, yeah. Talking about good ways to do this. Redeem 3 months free. Yeah, okay. Start your free week. Start your free 1 week. Okay, yeah. I mean, this would be start your free 2 weeks. Yeah, no, okay. I'm happy with it. Now that we got all that, let's rerun this. Because, yeah, what I want to see is start your free 2 weeks in that condensed state. Yeah, there we go. First 2 weeks free, then just $4.99 a year, 41 cents a month. Start your 2 free weeks. Then you've got all plans. If you really want to get into the monthly, you can do that. But otherwise, start your 2 free weeks. Good. You know what? I'm happy with that. And then that gives you more of a hint as to what's going on back here. You can actually see what all's in Bark Unleashed. I think this is a good idea. I think this works a lot better. I'm happier with that design. Now we're done with the paywall. For now. For this release. I don't want to do this trigger as well. I know I have to do it before we ship, but I don't want to. I kind of want to just skip straight to the duplicate barcodes one. Actually, I kind of want to pull in some Polish and integration stuff, even though I know it's not important. I did notice 2 other things while I was building that other thing. Let me show you these other issues that I've run across. Hold on. Maybe I do build out the polish and integration. Am I stalling? Yes. Yes, I'm stalling. Get over it. Show you the first thing that I noticed. When I tap this, and when I went to About Bark, Why is all of that stuff blue? Blue. Much better. See, that didn't take me too long. Now the other thing that's been irritating me, look at this masonry layout. Why is this spacing and this spacing and this spacing equal and then that spacing's not equal? It's because I hard coded this spacing. But I think what I should actually do is I should calculate that spacing. Because yeah, I have this spacing here. I think I need to just not take in that spacing. Where is that spacing used? Is that only used for the vertical? Because we have column spacing here. Yeah. See, this is the problem. Column spacing goes here. This should just be regular spacing. We should get rid of this spacing. Yeah, column heights equals this plus column spacing. That's what we should actually do here. And if I delete this, this is going to cause it to break somewhere else, but that's okay. Spacing and call. Nobody cares. And then this should look slightly nicer. Boom, look at that. Way nicer. Okay, that stalling did not last nearly as long as I needed it to. So the problem with the triggers is I need this to resort this view. And the problem that I've been running into, the thing that I'm afraid of, let's put it that way. The thing that I'm afraid of is that this view is not currently sorted at all. I don't actually know what it's sorted by, but it seems to be stable. So I'm kind of worried as to, like, if I start messing with the sort, is it suddenly no longer going to be stable? Because I'm not sorting it. That's the problem. But it seems to be stable. It's always Google test barcode hello. Right? We edit the scheme so that we don't turn on the debugger so that we can just launch it a bunch of times very rapidly. Google test barcode hello. Google test barcode hello. Google test barcode hello. Yeah. So it's definitely stable. But why is it stable? So right here, this is where we're getting this, is on appear refresh codes. Refresh codes is try repository codes. If we look into what repository codes is giving us, that is here, models compact map, okay. Model main context fetch descriptor. We're not passing in any sort of search or any sort of sort here, any sort of sort. Try model container dot main context dot fetch, and we can't even really pass in a sort there. So we would be sorting it after the fact. The problem here. So what I'm worried about is that it's got some kind of thing internal to it that is like, who knows? And I don't know what that's doing. That's the problem. And I'm worried that if I start messing with this, I'm going to make things a lot more broken. Fetch descriptor, sort on any sort of sort. Can do. So, okay, so you're saying fetch descriptor can contain a sort. Let descriptor equals this descriptor. That way maybe we can see what the init contains. Oh, it can contain a sort by. Okay, but if I tell it not to, what does that mean? It is equal to the empty array by default. So we've basically done nothing right here. But what is it sorting by default? Like, how is it stable right now? It'd be by SQLite row. I guess I could look at what the thing is. What that looks like. I was wondering if it was also persistent model ID. I was kind of wondering if there was like something in here that I could get at to do that. So where is my daters? Where do I get those? I don't think I can get those because they're in an app group. And Apple, for 20 years, has decided not to allow us to get app group containers, right? We still can't get that? If I save this to the desktop, it's not going to have my data. I mean, maybe it's in this cloud database. I don't think it's in any of those things. That's application state. But yeah, like if you have your actual group in here, it'll work. But if it's in an app group, nah. Let's see what's in this Cloud DB. Cloud DB. My turn. Why can you not be smart enough to put things in? Okay, this is all the record caches, though. This is not my... I think what I need to do is I need to just run this on the simulator so that I can grab it locally. Because otherwise there's no way for me to get that database. You made it a Mac app, you can see the group container. Oh, here, look, I've already got the container here. Look at this. Okay, Xcode. So where was this data? It's .quit, isn't it? .quit. Okay, well, there's a ton of stuff in here. But I saw something that said barcode model. Lost it. I saw it. Definitely saw something that said barcode model. Not crazy. Barcode model. Pay table Z barcode model. Z barcode model. And then what does this have? This has just primary keys. Okay. ZPK, ZEnt, ZOpt, ZDate. Why don't I just select star? Because there should only be 2 items in here. Select star from Z barcode model. What's the thing to SQLite columns mode? Not mode, not mode. Not mode. Columns. Wow. Almost exactly the thing that I said. Hey, look at that. Okay. So ZEnt and ZOpt are exactly the same for both of them. It's literally just the primary key. Is that what it is? Literally just the primary key. I think that's what we're saying. It's literally just the primary key. What order is this in? Creates then website. Creates then website. You don't think it's guaranteed to be consistent? I don't think it is either, but it currently is. My question is, you know what? I should really just add it, just like a created date to this, and then everybody has to deal with it. Is it time to figure out how migrations work in Swift Data? Order might change when n equals 4. I don't want a complex migration. I want a fairly basic migration. It depends on row count. If I just straight up, okay, we're gonna back up this whole thing right here. Because if I want to duplicate it, we're gonna just compress this. If I want to keep retrying this, I want that old value there. Let's see what we have. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna find out. But like, if there's no value there previously, what do I do? Like, what happens? We're gonna say barcode model. Var. We'll leave var date. I mean, that is the trigger date. But interestingly, var, everything needs all of the things. They're all optional. Created date. I just make that a non-optional. How broken is everything? Not particularly. That's fine. Okay. Swift data on iCloud is only nullable properties. Boo. I think you're right. I remember that. I remember running into that before. This is the other problem, is that my barcode model, my code does not have a created date. Only my barcode model has a created date. Where do I use this to create a barcode model from a code? What I just did. Properties where you specify a default value. Like, if I can specify the default value to now, as opposed to like a fixed time, I would totally do that. New model equals barcode model from code. Is there anywhere else that I use that? Yes. Here. Model equals mapper dot barcode model from code. Insert model for code. Okay, I think the answer is I just need this to say now. And that's fine. And then on this one where we update it, we just don't copy over the created date. We're updating an existing model, so we don't copy over the created date, because that's fine. Here, our created date is just going to be date. Really, you can't find date in scope? I think that actually will work. Now, the problem is going to be the CloudKit stuff, like you said. I have a feeling like this is not going to just work. The other's just like a gigantic dump of everything. Also, how big of it? Oh, hey, here we go. Did fatal error. Maybe I should just set a breakpoint in that fatal error. Let's see what the fatal error line is. Hello, chunklas. I should just see what that error was. Error handler dot fatal error. We'll just see what our message was there. Okay, well, that's fun. On how it didn't hit the breakpoint. I know why it didn't hit the breakpoint. Print message. Hey, thank you for the follow, Ninetron Ninja. Nitro Ninja. One in there. Now did you print what I want? And thank you for the follow, Chonkless. Okay, now I'm more confused. Let's just go ahead and turn on the breakpoint again. Just deal with it this way. It's fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Is this Swift? This is Swift. We are building out an iOS app. Currently trying to figure out how to sort things. You're a Flutter developer? Nice. Okay, what is our message here? PO message. Oh, I mean right here. Look at this. Here we go. CloudKit integration requires that all attributes be optional or have a default value set. The following attributes are marked non-optional but do not have a default value. Barcode model, created date. Cocoa type is a confirmed Swiftie. This is true. So what you're saying, Adam, is that I should be able to just say like that, right? And that should more or less just work. I don't know why I got rid of that breakpoint, like that was going to be a good idea. Should work? Okay. So then my concern is, now we have our created date. We would want to sort by created date. Now, did it do that migration? I guess is my next question. If I quit here, and I reopen that store, and I select star from Z barcode model. Okay, now I do have things. Now, they're not quite, they're identical. So I don't know, this is gonna be a little bit of a problem, but this is only gonna be a problem for the people that have been in the beta and have already added stuff. So as long as I'm dealing with this now, it doesn't matter that much, I suppose. If I create a new barcode now, call this one Twitch. Save that one. Okay, now, interestingly, it is almost like reversed from what I want it to be. Because yeah, it's sorting by primary key in reverse. I want the newest keys to be first. But now we have that data. We can work with this. Okay. I should have just done this every time. I was very worried about how that was going to work, but I don't know. The other thing I want to try, well, we'll deal with this in a minute. When I edit that, I'm hoping it doesn't change. Actually, you know what? Let's do this right now. When I edit that, I'm hoping it doesn't change that time. How's that to pop up? So if I edit this and I call it my Twitch, done. Okay, so before it was 7369. 74369 or 7369. Okay, so the values are exactly the same. Okay. Next question is, yeah, now I need to sort that. So that would be in that codes here. So we were sorting by here, but I actually don't know that that's where I want that to be. I mean, sure, sort by, what does this contain? Sort descriptor barcode model. How do I create a sort descriptor? Just like that. Sort with a key path. of created date. Why is this telling me that it's not doing any of this? Because I don't have foundation imported again? Yes. Try this again. Purchase descriptor. Key path. Created date. Order. First. You think it's generic as well? It is generic, but it should be handled by the fact that we're using a fetch descriptor. Yeah, that did what I wanted. Okay. Basically, this sort by requires that to be there, so it's smart enough to auto do it. I mean, I can sit here and do that, but if I really wanted to do that, I could do this too. I can put barcode model everywhere. I'm actually, if I do this, if I put it into here, I may actually be able to drop it from that first one too. It looks ridiculous, but it works. It's technically there. Whereas if I said like let sort equals, and then I put this up here, then it would fail. Because it doesn't know what I want. But I think I can put barcode model either here or here, and both of them would work. Assuming I spell barcode model correct. Yeah, because either one gives it the knowledge that it needs for the other one. And then what I'm curious about is, could then I drop barcode model here? This is just fun with generics at this point. Where can you put the word? As long as you have the word barcode model somewhere, it knows what it needs. Okay, so given that, in our library grid, if a trigger is relevant at the current time, I want that code to be sorted to the very top. Make sense? That makes sense. Swift compiler spent 723 milliseconds type checking that expression. That's fine. It knows where it needs to go. I mean, if you really want me to, I can do let sort descriptor barcode model equals sort descriptor barcode model dot created date order sort order dot reverse let descriptor fetch descriptor barcode model equals fetch descriptor barcode model sort by array of sort descriptor of barcode model Yes, this is much better. I'm just being a jerk. All right. Yeah, so in our library grid, I want it to sort something to the top if it currently has a relevant trigger. So now my question is, what does relevant mean? I guess I could put that on code, really? Like, has relevant trigger? Perfect unambiguous code, future you will be thankful. No, current me isn't thankful. I guess what I want is like, okay, so I want a file called trigger sensor. And then I want it to return to me anything that is currently relevant. That could be multiple different items. So, okay, so let's put this in our library grid. Actually, you know what? No. We're gonna create another new thing for this. Also, am I even on the right branch? No. No is the answer to that question.
Put on the lightning bolt hat.
I swear it's random. I swear to God it's random. That was perfect. Chef's kiss. We'll go find another one. We'll trigger it again. That was just too perfect. I'm sorry. That was so good. Developer Twitch alerts. God, I need to sort this stuff way better. What's funny is, like, if you look at my MacBook Air, everything's like perfectly organized. And that's the one that I do no coding on. Whereas this one, this machine, where I do all my coding, terrible. It's unreadable. I have no idea where anything is. Here, we're just gonna tell it to pick a random one of these. Yeah, no, I've run into that too. And that's part of the reason why I want to not have the full screen overlay anymore. And I want to pull this into its own thing, but it is, yeah. Requires me to have the time to work on this, which I will after Chipiton's done, but what's he doing? Oh yeah, this part. Static properties may only be declared on a type. Really? Is it in foundation? Do I need to import foundation to get random? No, it's like random element, right? Wheel of Fortune hat. We're done with that for now. Roll the ceiling. So yeah, I need another new. Dang it! No. I got distracted by this, didn't I? Yep. We need... I don't know what I need. I need a new module, yes. Triggers. So triggers needs to know about barcodes. Would it need to know about persistence? Let's say no for now. Definitely does not have resources. Yes, it would help if I actually created all of these things, wouldn't it? It is going to need to know about location as well. Realized. Have this. Okay, so I think what I need is I need something called what I was going to call a trigger sensor. And what this is going to do is I'm going to give it a list of codes, and I'm going to want it to give me a set of codes whose triggers are nearby, whatever that means. This is the other part. I haven't decided what the heck that means. I'm going to say if the date is within an hour and the location is within... What's the default? I think it's 300. It's 100 meters. Yeah. If the location is within 100 meters or the date is within an hour, then we'll consider it triggered. I'm going to keep typing the word Tigger. Tigger sensor is a much different thing. It needs to detect tails made out of springs. Okay. Does that work on DST days? It should. Because date doesn't care about any of that. Okay, so I guess technically not an hour away, but 3,600 seconds away. Really. Yeah, I think that would work. Because it's not going to worry about skipping over it, because that date is just monotonically increasing. Date is just a number of seconds. So it shouldn't matter. But that is a good question to ask. Because I'm not going to say within an hour from this date. Yeah, I guess I am technically saying within 3,600 seconds from this date. But that is okay for what I need. Because what I don't want to do is I want to say like, oh, you know, like 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. Like if it's in that time, no. What I want to say is the actual amount of space. So yes, this is going to work, right? But I did have to convince myself. We're gonna file leap second bugs. Shouldn't matter then either, but worth it. Say location, triggered codes in codes, location, date, date. And then I'm going to use this to test stuff. But we should have a different form of this that is takes in like a given location. You know what I mean? Triggered codes in codes, given a location and a date. We're going to say codes filter code in, and then if the code location, okay, guard, well, okay, if private func is code triggered by is code triggered code location cool. Guard let code location equals code dot location, else return false. If a code doesn't have a code location, code doesn't have a triggered location, can't be triggered by its location. And then we need the distance between the location and the code location. If that's within 100 meters, then it's true. So I need to figure out how to tell distance between two locations. That'll be something that I can figure out in a minute. If check distance between locations if less than 100 meters. True. False. Is code triggered by date? Guard the code date is equal to code dot date, else return false. If time interval, no, if date dot time interval since code date, and then I want the like absolute value of that, is less than 3600. Turn true. Well, I guess really what we want is just return that. And we're going to call this date sensitivity. Private static let date sensitivity equals time interval 3600. In this case, which an interval equals 3600. Okay. and we'll comment that this is 1 hour. So people know. Because I don't know if people remember this. KNH remember this. I 100% know that KNH remembers this. Time interval is defined to be in seconds. Time interval. It's not actually in here. Always specified in seconds. Hard code location equals code dot location, and then yeah, we need the distance between two locations. Can I get that from a CL coordinate? No, of course not. To the developer deck, because I don't want to write this myself. Really CL location exists? And we'll do what I want? Of course it is. Sweet. I don't think 100% that this did what I wanted. Oh, I guess it did. Okay. But I don't want to CL location distance. That's the real problem there. Kind of want it to be like a double in meters or something. I don't know. We'll find out what that value actually is. So it says, yeah, let current location, say other. Let our location equals location the double. Okay. Our thing is also just the double. Then this is coordinate dot latitude. It's even easier than the one that you, oh no, it's not. I'm just kidding. Coordinate dot longitude. Exactly the same as the one that the duck gave us. Let other location equals other dot coordinate dot latitude. And then we're gonna let, hey, this is the whole problem, is that I didn't want this to have to import the other stupid thing. Yeah, see, this is why I didn't want to write it on my own. This is what I want, though. Assuming that's correct. Yeah, location accounts for it. I don't think that I care that much. Versus not having to import core location. I wanted this to work in places where core location didn't exist. Wow. Distance is in meters, so we're just going to return this. So at least all of our core locationness is hidden away. Kind of want to be real stupid. Hold on. Perfect. The only real measurement. The only measurement you ever actually need. How many football fields is it? Okay. Where was I going with this? Now that we have these, yeah, codes filter, I can say, is code triggered by date or is code triggered by location? So code, date, or is code triggered by location, code, location. Yeah, I think this is all we care about there. What I'm still just a little bit like, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do this. Hey, guess what? I'm stalling again. What I want to do is in my library, I want to pass these in and I want to remove them from the thing. I want them to sort to the beginning. Could I do this in the barcode repository itself? I don't think I can. I can't have a sort descriptor that takes a predicate, right?
Put on the brimless hat.
Hold on. Now I've thought of something. So now I need your thinking cap. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Let's go to the library good for a minute. We have our codes. Our codes are here. In refresh codes, let unsorted codes equals this. Code unsorted codes dot sort by sorted by. And then this would be okay. So what I need to do at this point is I need to go get our location. Pass that in. Test all of these. Those would be sorted by that and then by a created date. Right? I guess? Question mark? I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced by this. If I make this async, that's gonna cause all kinds of problems. So if I instead make this a task here, if LH, well, if come back to this. Return false, no matter what. Sleepy time for you. Congrats on crossing the shippable line. No, I need to do this. Isn't that the CM Griffin hat? I thought that was the beanie. I thought CM Griffin wore the beanie. But like this is the CM Griffin hat, right? Except his is yellow. Let location equals. Now I would need the location in here. Or location. Oh, you know what? I still never gave KNH his thing. Sort on any sort of sort. Sort. Oh, let's put this. I mean, we'll still use it, but let sort on any sort of sort is a location provider. Equals location.default provider. No? Do I not have a default location provider? Oh, it's an environment key. That makes way more sense. Well, then in that case, this is private or sort on any sort of sort. There we go. Got it right eventually. Boop, 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 boop. Ah, too much. So then we don't need this. Leave that alone. Okay. So now we have our sort on any sort of sort. And we're going to say let location equals sort on any sort of sort dot location. try 08. Have our location. Then in here, let LHS triggered equals. Okay, so now I need a trigger sensor. Let trigger sensor equals trigger sensor. Oh. Okay, I think the other thing that I've screwed up here. Okay. Library needs location and also triggers. Okay, no, this is the thing though. I actually don't want this. We can get rid of that. We can say public func is code triggered. Here, we're just gonna just roll with this back. Blip, 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 blip. Is code triggered in codes in location date, blah, blah, blah. And then we're just gonna return this. Is code triggered, and then this just is underscore code, and then this returns cool. Okay, I'm happier with this. Import triggers. Why? Why are you saying there's no such thing? Did I not regenerate the project after I saved this? Now do you know what triggers is? Hey, all kinds of problems. Okay. Let LHS triggered equals trigger sensor dot is code triggered LHS in location date. Let's go ahead and save date up here. So we're always comparing it against the same date at least. Okay. Same deal, but RHS. Okay. So if LHS is triggered and RHS is not triggered, okay, hold on. Switch LHS triggered, RHS triggered. If case is true, false, return, and then I gotta remember what we have to return from sorted. Like array. Oh, not. If swiftdoc.org ever disappears, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm pretty sure this is not. Oh, this is actually. No, pretty sure this is not real. And it's been archived by an administrator. Perfect. I have no idea where to get this information if it's not here. Also, this hasn't been updated since Swift 5.1. Perfect. This is the only place I know where to go to find this kind of thing. Stuff for Swift itself. Just the Swift static library, I guess. Also, it's not working right now. That's fun. Sorted. Bye. Okay, this isn't actually telling me anything anyway. Never mind. I give up. Are in increasing order. I guess that's actually what I care about. they're in increasing order if in increasing order. So if LHS is triggered and RHS is not triggered, then yes, they are. If it's flipped, then they're not. If they're equal, then I guess they're also not. If they're equal, then we need to go to something else. Okay, so return true. Case false true. Return false. Case true true or false false. Return RHS dot created date, which we don't have because that's not actually how it works. This code doesn't have a created date. Now I kind of think I want this to go back to finding the triggered codes. So what I want to do then is I want unsorted codes to be split into two separate things. That's called partition, right? That exists? No? I mean, that technically works. Actually, no, this actually will just give me the thing that I want, and I don't actually care. So var codes, I'm just gonna call this codes, equals try repository codes, codes dot partition by, and then it belongs in the second partition if it is not triggered. So code in trigger sensor dot I guess I actually don't need this again. Public. Trigger sensor dot is code triggered code location. Self dot codes equals, oh no, okay, hold on. Partition, wait. Yeah, we don't actually care about the result. Underscore equals. Because that's just an index, and I don't care about the index. I just want it to be partitioned. Then self.codes equals codes. Think we've done it? I think we've done it. I don't know, but I think we've done it. Now I'm going to be just... Okay. What happened to all of our data? We had a whole bunch of data. Where did it go? Because we can't get our location. Okay, hold on. If we don't have a location, okay, this is where we're gonna do this. If we can't get the location, then we just return all of the codes. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I guess, yeah, we can just copy this down here. We don't need that. Okay. So now at least we should have something. Yes, okay, there we go. I don't know why that took so long. Why did that take so long? Or was that was probably just the launch screen and I was just patient. No? Why is this taking so long? Because it's trying to get the location and that's slow. Hold on. I feel like this is going to log all kinds of just you don't have permission errors. I guess profanity isn't bad. You know what? I don't care about this one. Not logging because most will be functions errors. Okay. We'll go ahead and rename this one because I don't know that we're gonna have another one anytime soon. So it's just me. Okay. Location equals await refresh location. Why are you? Because this doesn't actually return anything. Task. Await refresh location. Array. Cannot find location in scope because it's called. Okay. On change of location, we're also going to refresh codes. On change of name. Okay. We're good. We're going to get here. Refresh codes. Okay. If let location. Boom. If let knee. Okay. Here's all of this. Here's all of this. Except we may not have a location here. So we still need to know if the code's triggered based on the date, even if we don't have a location. If let location, no, let location triggered, bool, let date triggered, grab this. If let location triggered equals this. No, this is a way better way to do it. If it's triggered by the date, return true. If we have a location, return whether it's triggered by the location. Else return false. There. Now it'll actually short circuit. Everybody's happy. Okay. If we're triggered by the date, return true. We are triggered. If we have a location, return whether or not we're triggered by the location. Otherwise, we're not triggered. Okay. So really what I need is not to have this if let ni here at all. What I need to have is this and this and all of this. Okay, so now it'll do it. Then when it gets the location, it might rearrange stuff. That's fine. That said, now I want to have like a with animation so that it'll actually animate when it like brings something to the top. With animation of that codes equals codes. Okay. Now I think I'm happy. I don't know. Is anybody ever really happy? Perfect. Okay. Now what I want to say is if I set my Twitch's date to be 11 p.m. Let's say 11:15 p.m. Hit done. And this is not going to update right away because we haven't come back to this page. So we're just going to, yeah, we're going to kill this app, rerun it. It didn't work. First of all, why is this out of order at all? My Twitch should be the top one. In general, it should just be the first one, just because it's the last one we added. Let's actually get rid of this date. This is wrong on multiple levels. We got to go back to our persistence stuff. No, this is the final barcode repository. Isn't this sorting thing here supposed to do this? Where did we find that? Here, models. Models. Is this in the stash that we never unstashed? Yes. Okay, so now it should be good. It's gonna get us into more trouble. Okay, hold on. We're gonna delete this one. Barcode, delete it. Nobody wants it. We're gonna create a new one. Okay, so now it is the top one because it is the most recent one that we created. Now what I want to do is website should be an older one. If we set this one's date 11:15 p.m. That should cause it to go to the top of the list, but only after we reboot, for now. What I want to do is I want to set a breakpoint here. I want to figure out why. Why is this being here? Hey, you got it. Nice. All right. Really, I guess what I want here is I want to get to here, and then I want to go to trigger sensor over here, and I want to go to this. Okay. Our code should be triggered by date. But I have a feeling like we're going to have problems. Okay. But first of all, what is this code? vcode.name. Okay. So the one we're looking for is called website, right? This one should return false. We're just going to set a breakpoint here and here. We don't actually care what happens here. Okay. Now we're back here. This, I'm guessing, is treats, because we don't care about this one either. What we care about... Oh, you know what? We might actually care about these, because maybe they're getting triggered and they're not supposed to be. That could be a problem. Website. Okay, so website should be triggered. So guardlet code date equals code date. Okay. Date dot time interval since code date PO. This is never going to work, is it? Because it's PO. Oh, it is. Okay. So then ABS of PO should be 751. Yes. Is that less than 3,600? To my eyes, it is. Yes. Okay. So now we should return true. Get back to there. It's returned true. Nothing else has said return true. Why are we back here again? You know what? I don't care. All I care about is we see a return true. This for vcode.name should be website. Okay. Why is website not at the top of the list? I know exactly why website's not at the top of the list. Because I'm an idiot. Hey, there we go. Okay. You know what? We're not even going to look at location. All right. I'm calling that good. That feels like a weight off. Say that that's done. Done in big scare quotes, but it's okay. We'll do more investigation as to whether or not it's actually working later. But right now, it seems to be working, and that's enough for me. That's enough for me to say we're going to move on, and if we have problems later, we'll open them as new bugs. All right, the last one that we need to deal with is making sure that things are, you can't add duplicate barcodes, but I need to take a quick break and I will be right back, and then we will do that. So, see you in a minute. All right, let's come back. This is done. So, stack duplicate barcodes. Here's the thing. It's very easy for us to do this. It's very hard for us to deal with this. Oh crap, I forgot that. Okay, hold on. Too late now. Because the problem is we can just throw a error. Hey, Shadow Tiger, how are you doing? We can just throw an error if we have this, but then that means that we've got a lot of cases where we're not quite handling that error. And that's going to be a problem. So I think we actually want to do the duplicate more close to where we save stuff. Is that true? I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Why don't we just try and find out? All right. First of all, let's get rid of that code. Does not need to be there. Second of all, we need... What do we need? We need... where we add the thing. So this is going to be in file barcode repository. We have an add function. Insert model for code. What we need to do here first is we need to figure out whether or not we have an error of some kind. Sorry, if we have a duplicate already. And if so, we would need to then throw an error about there being a duplicate. But right now, we are not saying anything about the error that we're throwing, which means that everywhere where we call add, we would need to check for specifically that error. I don't think that's a good idea. Even though there's only like 3 places where this is a problem. Here we would check to see if we get that error. That's one option. Here we would check to see if we get that error. We also have the catch there. But in all of these cases, we also need to be able to display some kind of error to the user. I think what we're going to do, actually, on add, watching your stream while you're coding? Nice. I'm also watching my stream while I'm coding. I don't know that I'm doing it right. I think the answer is maybe we just silently fail. That seems bad, but like, I already have that code. Because the other option is that we find some way of like opening it for them. Like, I don't know. Because otherwise we have to display some kind of error. In the save button here for manual entry, we could do that. That's a button. That's fine. We can just display an alert on it. That's not a big deal. Success view here. Yeah. Well, in this case, we kind of just don't do anything no matter what. So we're already silently failing on this one. I think that's fine. We can just ignore this one. So it really comes down to this one and this one. And then in this case, we're saying scan result equals error, which I think this case we're already in fact handling separate cases for this. Is that true? No, this is the scanner. This isn't the share extension. But we are already handling different cases for different options. Is error symbology error? If case let error equals scan result error, else blah blah blah. So really I would just need is error duplicate error here. And then we're already handling that in a different way. So really, yeah, the only problem is this one, save button. Okay, we can do this. That's fine. Barcode repository. We need a barcode repository error. So in in file barcode repository, when we go to try and add a code, I think what we want to do is we want to first see if a existing code already exists. What is it? Okay, why do I have a private func insert model? It is used in two places. It's used in add and it's used in model. Okay, so if this already exists, if let model equals try find model for code. Okay, well. Well then, find model for code. What I need is then the duplicate code model, but I guess really what I care about is just the name. So if I say duplicate code instead has string, he's still going nice. Yes, just barely. If we have an existing model, so let's in fact call this duplicate model. If there's a duplicate model, then we throw an error that there's a duplicate model. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so then in both of these cases, we can say catch, which is co-op dev testing. Nice. Where is barcode repository error? This needs to be public. Catch barcode repository error dot duplicate code named let code name catch. If we catch this specific code, then we will display an alert of some kind. All right. Where was the other case where we had this? And that was just here, where we set the scan result, and then that handled here. So we're going to say in here, var is error duplicate error. If let error equals, oops, that's exactly what I wanted. Case barcode who redeemed goat scream as an emoji. Was it you? KNH. Barcode repository error dot duplicate code named let code name. But we actually don't care about this. We just care about this part. Return true. Else return false. Variable binding in condition equals error. But here's the next problem, is that I need string from that. This would almost be just like a string optional. else if let code name equals is error duplicate error. Get up. Return strings dot duplicate alert title. Doesn't exist yet. It's fine. Else if, okay, actually in this case I think else if is not equal to nil. Yeah. And then in this case, this is where we use the if let. Else if let code name equals this. This is definitely wrong. Okay. So now all we need to do to fix that is that how that variable, how is it that that variable appears in Bark? Is it actually an older product? No, actually. Bark, we have worked on previously, prior to the ship-a-ton. Because I was like, oh, I'm going to get this code project working at some point. And I kept like starting it and never actually finishing it. So this was from one of those past times where we started it and didn't actually finish it. This barcode is already added to Bark as with the name. Okay. There are some barcodes that are, or sorry, some variable names that have been copied over from other code bases, but that's not one of them. That one's real. Really, I want to copy the values from the other thing. where I wish we could have the other binding back again. I think we're getting close to this. Nope. The duplicate code name equals code name is duplicate alert showing is true. All right. We have Twitch here. This should have all the values of our thing, but that's fine. Add. Adding more barcodes requires Bark Unleashed. Okay, fine. Let's go start our 2 free week trial. Hey, thank you for the follow, Noxique. Now let's go add a barcode. Yeah, at least we know that works. New Twitch. Okay, so this should fail with that error. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Okay, let's try this with our actual phone. That is basically what I want. I'm guessing we already have the treats bag in here. If we don't, then we just have to scan it twice. Hello, snacks. Assuming that we can never get this thing to launch. There we go. Are you coding in iOS? Yes. That is what I'm working on. Okay, I'm assuming that hello here is our treats bag. So if we do this, yep, okay, we gotta buy the trial on here too. I do need this to dismiss automatically whenever we have a successful launch. That'll be a thing that we can in a minute. So this should show us a duplicate error. Maybe we ever get our keyboard. I hate how slow the debugger makes everything. Hit done. Yeah, this barcode is already added. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Kind of worked. So whenever this doesn't happen, we get the alert and we go back to the scanner. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Anyway, that's it. That's done. And I think that is going to be all for me tonight. Show error when duplicate barcode is added. You wish you could develop on Windows apps for iOS, but you can't because you don't have any MacBook. But maybe you will later decide to buy a Mac secondhand, and when you're finished it, just resell it. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. There's also tools like Flutter and React Native and whatnot that will allow you to build an app in non-native iOS code on a different thing, and then you just need to use a system like GitHub Actions or whatever to actually compile it and build it, and then you can submit it to the store that way. So that's another alternative if all you want to do is build like mobile apps. If you don't want to specifically learn Swift and Swift development stuff, then that is a way to get into development on iOS with Windows and Linux and whatever else. So there are options. But yeah. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. I know it's been a late one, but I think we got a lot done. I think this app is actually shippable now. You can do cloud services, but you prefer not to pay monthly. Makes sense. Yeah, I think this app is actually shippable now. Let's go look at the big drop of whatever. I think that was the cutoff line. We needed to get rid of the duplicate barcodes. Some of the rest of the stuff would be nice to have. And we got another whole day or so to do it. Hey, thank you for the follow, Snacks321. We got another whole day or so to work on it. But yeah, tomorrow will be the App Store presence stream, building screenshots, writing app descriptions, all of that stuff. We'll do that tomorrow. And yeah, I think then tomorrow sometime we're going to be submitting this app to the App Store. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Things like GitHub Actions, especially if you're like you've got open source something, is completely free. So that's that for that. I think what Snacks was referring to is like you can like literally rent a Mac in the cloud. There's a couple different services that do that, and I'm completely blanking on what any of them are called right now. Cloud 9 do that? Cloud? Nope, that's Mac. That's an AWS thing. Yeah. So yeah, I think that might be what people are talking about. Mac and Cloud. Yeah, you can do. Yeah, or you could just literally get like Mac Stadium, for example. But yeah, these are going to be pretty expensive. Anyway, that's going to be it for me tonight. I'll see you tomorrow for the Ship It stream, I guess. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Have a good evening. Goodbye.